Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of August 27th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Present. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum and we will proceed. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated August 26, 2024. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, due to travel constraints, I will be late attending the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance scheduled for Tuesday, August 27th. I will be in attendance later in the morning, and I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the Constitution, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Tuesday, August 27, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Block 1, Bill number 350303, an act approving the Government of the Virgin Islands conveyance of plot number 25B Hill Street, Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Invited testifiers are Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, and Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority. Block 2, VI Law Enforcement Planning Commission. Invited testifier, Mr. Molito Smith, Executive Director, VI Law Enforcement Planning Commission. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. As we heard today's agenda, we will hear testimony regarding the Property and Procurement Conveyance, and then we'll hear from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, better known as LEPC. LEPC will provide testimony in support of their 2025 budget, and the Department of Property and Procurement, as well as the Housing Finance Authority, will provide testimony on the property conveyance that's before us this morning. I'm going to ask the testifiers to please put their names and titles on the record. I do see the Executive Director, Mr. Eugene Jones, here. I'm not certain how many times he's come to the legislature, but I note specifically that he is not wearing a jacket. He has a polo shirt, and I think it's important that as we do the work here in the legislature, the individuals that come before us understand the dress code of the legislature. So, Mr. Jones, we're going to go ahead today, but we want to make sure that we understand for the future. Yes, for the future, we dress in business attire as we come before this body. Okay? Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory. I apologize. I was in St. Croix. I found out just yesterday that I had to give testimony, and I wasn't prepared, so I apologize. It will never happen again.
Thank you for that. All right.
Good morning. Appropriations
morning.
and Finance.
You can put your name and title on the record.
My name is Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
I also see that we have before us Mr. Assistant Commissioner Richards, Vince Richards. Can you please put your name and title on the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. And Mr. Richards, you will be providing testimony on the bill number 35-0303. So I'm going to ask who speaks to this measure, and then we'll proceed with the testifiers. Who speaks to this measure?
I do, Madam Chair. Senator Novalee Francis, Jr.
You may proceed, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to Mr. Assistant Commissioner Richards, Housing Finance Authority Executive Director Mr. Jones, colleagues, as well as to the listening and viewing audience, and of course staff. Bill number 35-0303 is an act amending Act approving the Government of the Virgin Islands conveyance on plat number 25B, Hill Street Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Bill number 0303 is offered by the request of Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Housing Finance Authority. The conveyance of this property adds to the VIHFA's portfolios of property that can be used for affordable housing. Affordable housing in our downtown areas is critical as we work to revitalize our downtowns by bringing residents back to the town and ensuring a mix of residential and commercial spaces. Ultimately, the conveyance of 25B Hill Street presents an opportunity for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to meet the demands of residents in need of affordable housing. Executive Director Jones is prepared to speak to this measure and the addition of this property to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority portfolio. I also want to say that this will help to address some of the situation that we're seeing in our downtown area, which is the blighted and derelict infrastructure in our towns owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. I do take note of the recommendation by the post-audit division, and I must say, and I submit to you, that the only way that the quick claim could be done is after the legislature move this measure forward. The quick claim takes effect once the quick claim deed is signed by the grantor and accepted by the grantee. And of course, we have all of those parameters within the government of the Virgin Islands through the Office of Property and Procurement, as well as the Office of the Lieutenant Governor's Office, in order to effectuate that quick claim deed. So I'm asking that my colleagues support this measure as we move it on to the next level. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Mr. Richards, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Committee Chair Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair Novalee Francis Jr., committee members, the Honorable Senators Blyden, Carrion, DeGraff, Fonseca, and James Sr., any non-committee member present, legislative staff, testifiers, visitors, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I am Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. I'm testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony in support of the conveyance currently before this committee for consideration. The Department of Property and Procurement requests this committee's approval of the disapproval of the Government of the Virgin Islands conveyance of plot number 25-B Hill Street, Christiansted Company Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Hereafter, bill number 35030. Bill number 350303. This conveyance requires legislative approval in accordance with 31 VI Code, subsection 205. As shown and described in drawing number 5665 dated August 2nd, 2005. The property consists of approximately 48.05 US square feet of improved property. The Housing Finance Authority has identified the property as an ideal site to renovate for its ongoing efforts to expand housing opportunities for Virgin Islands residents. Along with the quick claim deed, the package includes supporting documents for your consideration and approval of the conveyance of the property. The Department of Property and Procurement is a custodian of government-owned properties and thus committed to unlocking the true value to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests for the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance to vote to approve this conveyance. This concludes my testimony, but I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have on the reference conveyance. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. We'll now hear the testimony of Mr. Jones. You may proceed, Mr. Jones.
I am pleased to provide testimony on Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority 25-B Hill Street in Christiansted on St. Croix. The subject property is in an area where there is a potential for urban regeneration and community engagement. We envision constructing a multi-residential complex as part of a larger plan to revitalize the community. Revitalizing this community can bring multiple benefits, such as improving the quality of life, increasing property values, attracting new investments, and fostering social cohesion. However, revitalizing this area would not be a simple task. It requires a comprehensive, collaborative, and context-sensitive approach that involves various parties. Therefore, it will be included in our new 3-year housing plan and our town hall to discuss the 3-year plan and seek feedback from the public. We will also continue to build strong and long-standing relationships with numerous agencies and key stakeholders because of our goal is to ensure that our plans deliver tangible results that can be most deeply felt by those in our distressed communities. I thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on our plan for 25-B Hill Street. I remain available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm here trying to have a quick conversation with the post auditor with regards to the information in the bill. So first, we need to verify what is the plot size. Okay, that's the first issue here. What is the plot size, Mr. Richards? Because there are instances apparently in the bill that says 0.1031 and in another instance 0.11031. So we need to get that verification. And what was the comment around the quitclaim deed, Mr. Richards? So two things, because we need to make sure that we are acting on a measure where we have the appropriate information in order for us to make an informed decision.
What's the question, ma'am?
Or are you not in this meeting?
I am.
Okay, so the question is again, the acreage is 0.1031 US acres, and in two other instances is 0.1103. So we're trying to verify what is the true acreage that we are considering today.
The acreage of the property is described as approximately 4,805 acres. 4,805 square feet and or 0.11031 US acres.
Listen, Do you have a copy of the bill?
No, I don't have a copy of it in front of me.
Yeah, we have some challenges with this particular measure.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
1 second. So, I am honestly just seeing the post-audit report. And as I look at the bill, there are discrepancies. I mean, the whereas clauses are not the enactment. They're not the enactment. However, the...
Point of information, Madam Chair.
1 second, Senator. 01301. All right, you may proceed with your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring to your attention that the discrepancy is really in line 13, which is an additional one that was inadvertently placed in that bill. Everywhere else in the bill speaks to the 0.1031 U.S. acres. However, in line 13 of the whereas clause had an extra one put in there, obviously by error. So, if you look at the bill, all other areas really speak to the exact acreage as mentioned by the bill.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what you're sharing is what the post-audit division has outlined in their analysis. So I think that we first need to be clear. So let me ask you one more time, Mr. Richards. It's 0.1031 U.S. acres?
It's 0.11031 acres approximately.
Okay. So that's where the challenge is. So the challenge is, so the whereas clauses, we could always make those adjustments. The issue is on section 1, the enactment clause specifically speaks to 0.1031 U.S. acres. That's where the clarification needs to come in. Okay, so I don't know how we want to handle this. I'm going to take a recess so we could decide how we're going to handle this and move forward. Because like I said, I just, saw the post-audit report in particular for the first time this morning, as this was a measure that was not initially on the agenda, but to ensure that we're able to move these types of matters forward. And we want to ensure that we're doing what we have to do to ensure that the housing stock here in the territory is not in abeyance. We wanted to move this measure, but let's make sure that we get clarification, and then we could come back on and make a decision as to what we'll do. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. All right, colleagues, we're going to move forward with the discussion today because we know that our officials from the Department of Property and Procurement as well as the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority are very busy folks. So we're going to move forward with the discussion as we are very interested in hearing the use of this property and how it will benefit Virgin Islanders, and then we'll make a decision when it comes to the vote. All right, so colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Executive Director Jones and Assistant Commissioner Richard, and thank you both for your testimonies. In respect to the bill for conveyance of lot, let me ask you, first of all, Mr. Jones, in respect to your vision of what will be done on VIHFA side when it comes to a multi-residential complex. For this acreage, what size unit do you envision? How many units can fit on such a plot?
Well, we haven't decided that, Senator, but we are working on how many units we can build back on that site. It's in a blighted area, and we want to revitalize the area to make it interesting, to make it fun, and to make it safe. And once we are receiving this property, then we'll go in there, we'll do a needs assessment, we'll look at determining a size of units, what's appropriate in that area, and just come back with the community and ask them first, what are they looking for in that community and how we rebuild in that distressed area? And can we provide some commercial opportunity in conjunction with what we decide to do?
And I am happy to hear that because the residents must be part of the planning stage, and it makes all the difference. And you say it's going to be in a new 3-year housing plan?
Senator, I didn't hear that question.
Yeah, you say it's going to be part of the new 3-year housing plan coming up?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, very well. And I believe it's important to revitalize such blighted areas, whereas in our towns, etc., and it benefits everyone, basically. And in closing, Madam Chair, because I really don't have much questions, I'm just looking forward to seeing all the documentation in respect to this conveyance, and we'll have further discussion. Mr. Richards, good morning. Morning.
Good morning, Senator.
I know in respect to documentation from PMP, do you have any, when can we look forward to seeing the documentation in respect to the deed, etc., for this plot?
Senator, I believe the deed was part of the package submitted to support the conveyance.
It was part of the package?
Yes, sir, it is part of the package.
Okay, if I can get a copy, I'll appreciate it. I haven't seen
1
it.
minute.
But nonetheless, it's important that the government and other agencies work in collaboration to assure that we afford opportunities to the people here in the territory, especially when it comes to our housing needs and our residents. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses, testifiers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blyden. So the Office of Legal Counsel just brought to the floor the quit claim deed. Not sure why it was not included in the package previously, but in that quit claim deed, and I'll make sure that everybody gets a copy of it. So let me just ask someone from my staff to come upstairs so I can have this copied for my colleagues and to have this also added to the drive. The quit claim deed basically says that Plot 2B, 25B Hill Street, Company Quarter, Town of Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of 0.1031 U.S. acres, more or less, are more fully shown on OLG drawing number 5665, dated August 2nd, 2005. So the deed says 0.1031. So that's what we have to go with. And I believe that in the whereas clauses, I think, is where the error is. 01301. So we should be able to make that amendment because those are whereases, and that's not a, we could get that from legal counsel, but that's not part of the enactment clause. So we should be able to address this today. Okay? Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you so kindly for the time. Special welcome to the Housing Finance Authority Executive Director and also to the Assistant Commissioner of Property and Procurement. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. Okay, so this one here is, well, I can't say pretty straightforward. We actually have a little question on the exact acreage. But in listening to the questions that Mr. Vice President gave regarding the use of the property, I'm pretty satisfied with the explanation. Now, I want to ask one particular question. There is no exact plan to the Housing Finance Authority. There's no exact plan what you're going to use it for. He's talking about assessments, et cetera, because it's a small lot. I looked at my mother's property in the Bovoni deed, and it's 5,300 square foot. That's the Bovoni housing. And this one here is 4,805. So it's smaller than a house plot in Bovoni, at least. So ain't much buildings or much stuff you can build on it, being that it's that. But it seems like other than the acreage question, I think property and procurement, you can have all those issues, Vince, you can have those issues straightened out, the questions before the legislature.
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Yes, Senator, we are going to go back and take a second look and tweak what needs to be tweaked.
Okay. Well, I'm satisfied, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the time. And at the appropriate time, I will definitely cast my vote in support of this measure, because I think it's good when the government can, develop land, especially for affordable housing. We need more affordable housing in the community, and this is a good measure. I support this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers and the viewing and listening audience. Good morning, Mr. Jones. How are you, sir?
I'm doing just great. Thank you.
Good. Excuse me. In your testimony, you mentioned about the larger plan to revitalize the community in that area. Does the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority currently has a general plan for revitalization of the Christiansted area?
Yes and no. Right now, we're in a mix of revitalizing or redoing our 3-year plan. And with that 3-year plan, it's imperative that we get the community involved and our social services agencies and everyone in particular to come up with a good plan that represents that community and the territory.
So you currently don't have a plan. You are working towards one, and the community will be part of it.
Now, let me make it clear, Senator. We do have a 3-year plan. We're getting ready to revise and update that 3-year plan.
Okay. So you do have a plan in place. All right. So do you know the history with this property that you can share with us?
No, I do not, Senator.
Okay. Mr. Richards?
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, in the Christiansted area, it's referred to as the Maisonette apartment buildings, and it currently houses a damaged and impaired property that I believe had approximately 8 units on it. So that's pretty much a history of the property.
And of the 8 units, do you know if they were like 1-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units?
Senator, I've driven outside the property before. I have not entered the property. It's
Okay.
you know,
Do you
it's
know how
not
long
easy
it's
to get
been
in.
abandoned?
No, Senator, I do not know.
Okay. And has it always been in the government's possession? The government was the holder of the deed?
It's been in the government's possession for a significant amount of time. I'd have to look at the deed to actually give you a specific date.
Oh, how long? Okay. All right. And you don't know how long it's been abandoned, right? You said no.
No, Senator. If you want me to guess, I would guess it probably dates back to Hurricane Hugo, 1989.
Wow. Okay. Executive Director Jones, you envision what it will look like, at least as you lead the community into the potential of the property? What is your vision with regards to the property?
Off the top of my head, to probably make the property look different and representative of the territory. As we get participation from the community and stakeholders, I think we'll come up with a great plan. I'm not sure we're going to put 8 units back on there. It may be too small. But we're going to make something that's representative of the community. That's why it's so important. I just don't want to say that it's going to be 2 units or 5 units or 50 units. I want to make sure that it makes and it fits the right footprint of that area and acreage that we have to deal with.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm glad to see that something's going to happen with this property because clearly, of course, it's been abandoned for a number of years. It's been housing abandoned vehicles. I've seen some mechanic work seems to be happening on the property. So this is great that finally a property that's been abandoned will now be in the hands of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and would add to our housing stock, which we are in such great need of. So I will be supporting this measure once we correct the technical details that we have within the acreage, and we'll be voting in favor of it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Okay, just for my own clarification, because I'm sitting here and I'm just having a little challenge with the conversation, and I saw that the testimony of Mr. Jones did not provide a lot of insight into the intended purpose other than to create a housing opportunity. So are we looking at this, because I know that you have work to do around a 3-year plan, that's correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I suspect that this property will be included in that inventory?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so when do you anticipate seeing the 3-year plan completion, the completion of the 3-year plan?
Probably November, December. We have to have a 30-day window so that we can have the community sit down and have the public hearings, and we want to make sure that they're good public hearings. We just don't want to have one, we want to have 2 to make sure that we're all inclusive. And so hopefully around November or December this year, we can have a 3-year plan, or we'll have some type of draft and so that we can move it forward.
Okay, so are you going into this discussion with your 3-year plan around having an idea as to what our shortage looks like? Because as you have the conversations around the community stakeholders or the citizens engaging in, the planning, what is it that the opening conversation will be with our community? Is it that we have a shortage of X number of housing opportunities, and we're looking to do X number of home ownership and Y number of lease rentals or lease to own, etc. I'm trying to understand as we have the conversation. I'm asking this because I recently attended, I think with my colleague, Senator Carrion, a meeting with the Council on State Governments a year ago, and we were, the discussion was around, I believe it was Canada. And they were able to tell us that they needed X number of housing units in that particular area, and they were short Y number. So I'm trying to figure out what is the data that we have, not only from Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, but what is that collaborative, communicative approach between HFA and Housing Authority as it relates to what are true needs around the need for housing stock? Because it's a huge conversation, but I'm not certain that we've ever heard or gotten a hard number on what is that need, and based on our footprint in the territory, how much of that need we will not be able to fill, or whether or not we'll be able to fill out of the need. That is something that is, we continue to have the emotional discussion around housing stock, but that number and our opportunity to fill that number and what will be the delta, if any, we've not heard that conversation. So I'm all in support of measures like these, but I think it's important for us to have a true planning perspective on what we're looking to do. I know that was a lot, but I think you have a perspective on what I'm trying to ask.
I agree with you 100%.
So what are we going in talking about? Do you have data? Do we have data? Do we know what we need?
I think the approach that HFA is going to use is that we're going to go to the community and ask, what do you see in your community? What do you want it to look like? What kind of supportive services do you have in the area? How can we make this better? How can we make it safe? How can we make it a sustainable neighborhood? And how can we get investments that have not come to before? How do we give opportunity to small businesses to grow their businesses in the community? How can we bring, if you're in the food desert, how can we bring commercial, small businesses to provide and support the community, and then span it out as we find out the complexities of the community and start widening the scope. What I'm suggesting is that we need a collaborative meeting with all the particulars: education, healthcare, transportation. We need to have a global meeting to look and decide with the data that we have, that HUB provides us and all the other different institutions, of what the footprint looks for the Virgin Islands, the whole territory, all three islands, and what can we do in the next 5 to 10 years to address these needs, and put dates, times, and resources so that we have a public document that everyone will know which direction we're supposed to be going, and get the blessing of the legislature.
You said a lot, but you didn't answer my question. I'm trying to understand do we have data around our true housing needs?
No, we don't.
So if we don't have data, then how do we know what we're planning for the future? Because while we have the conversation with our community, we also can't be selling them pipe dreams. We have to know what it is that we need based on our income levels, based on our plan to bring back our young people, or people in general, Virgin Islanders, or people who want to live here in the diaspora, who are in the diaspora, etc. We have to look at our wages. There are things that we have to look at, but I'm still saying we know that we lost a number of housing stock as a result of the storms of 2017 and previously. So I'm of the belief that if we are going to plan this out properly, and this is not the first time I've had this conversation, if we are going to plan this out properly, at minimum, we have to know what is the stock that we need, whether it's a mixed bag, and what is it that we will not be able to fill based on our footprint before we even begin to have a stakeholder conversation. Then once we know what those numbers are, because that conversation that you guys are having, I don't know if you guys recall, colleagues, back in 2019, I think Senator Blyden, was you and I, there was a group that came here and did an evaluation of our housing needs. There's a nice booklet that was prepared for, it was done under the previous administration, and then it was St. Croix was completed under the MAP administration, and St. Thomas was completed under the Brian Roach administration. Are you familiar with those documents?
No.
So we starting over something that we've done already. That is my concern. We've done this work already. I'm going to go to the next senator, but again, I believe that I have the one book in my office that was completed. I believe I know actually that Senator Blyden and myself were both interviewed during that whole assessment. Those folks came to the Virgin Islands and did an assessment of what it should look like, what our downtown should look like, what our different areas should look like in the territory for both districts, for St. Thomas, St. John, as well as St. Croix. That's very important information because then it says that we're not starting from scratch. And again, for me, all of this briefs well, but where is the data that says what are our true needs? Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
So good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, testifiers of you listening and present. You know, I was looking at the documentation here in regards to the warranty deed of the property is 14,881. I guess that's the total square feet. And they have 53 and a half north, 52 and a half south, 80 feet east and west. But in looking at the drawing that they have to Assistant Commissioner Richard, you have a copy of the documentation with you there?
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. No, I do not, Senator.
No? Oh, okay, because I was looking at the sizes where it says 54.6 and then 55.09 and then 82.38 on each side. So I was just wondering if it didn't coincide with the bill. But okay, Mr. Jones, we talking about low-income properties or moderate income once is revitalized?
It'll be low-income property.
Okay, to sell, to lease, to rent?
To rent.
Oh, okay. Presently, you know of any liens on the property at this time?
I didn't hear your question, Senator.
Any liens on the property at this time?
Leads or liens?
Liens. Assistant Commissioner?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, no, there's no liens currently on the property, Senator.
Okay. So in regards to about how many buildings or, you know, right now it has, I say 8. Any parking on the property? The old facility.
Senator, I would ask, I said approximately 6 to 8.
6 or 8, okay.
Correct.
Okay, is parking on the property or?
Currently, no, Senator.
Okay, so Mr. Executive Director Jones, when you look to build out the property and stuff, would be doing for parking and stuff on the facility?
Yes, sir.
Ingress, egress, and all of that for the way the traffic is. So you think this size property is feasible to make the transition to Housing Finance Authority? Just this one property here, which the amount of revitalization do all our towns need. You think just taking this one is feasible at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, because like I said, like my colleagues are saying, you know, we're thinking in terms of a plan, and when we think on Housing Finance Authority and just going for
1 minute.
A plot smaller than even, you know, smaller than this building right here, this facility. So it's just that we're thinking do you have other properties in the area that you're looking at? Maybe waiting for them to get cleared up or whatever the situation is that we're looking at in the Christian set downtown area that you'll probably be looking to do transitions on?
No, just this one right now.
30
Senator.
seconds.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And I'm glad that you asked the question because I think that what we should be doing is trying to get our Virgin Islanders to own their own piece of the pie. And, if we are going to develop the town of Christiansted in a meaningful way, we should be providing some support to individuals who are low income, yes, but allowing them an opportunity to own their own homes. Even if it's a condo concept or whatever it is, but to just say low income, that's just not, I just believe that, I firmly believe that we should be making a way for Virgin Islanders. And in making that way, strong consideration needs to be given to the need and what we want to see for Virgin Islanders, not today, but tomorrow and in the future. And what we want to see is that Virgin Islanders own their own homes. Virgin Islanders have an opportunity to do the lease-to-own concept that we had back in the 80s. I am a benefactor. My mother is a benefactor of lease-to-own. So that's what we want to see. And again, while this is the conveyance may seem as a simple transaction, it's important for us as legislators to understand or to make decisions based on what we want to see for the future. And absent of a plan, this is a very difficult decision for me to make. I would like to see what is it that we're looking to do in the town of Christiansted for the people that benefits them other than low-income homes. I would like to see them having an opportunity, low-income folks having an opportunity to build, to purchase homes with subsidies or whatever it is that we can provide as a territory. And we've made way for that in legislation that we passed, I think, about two or 3 years ago. So, I'm very torn about us making a decision on this, absent of knowing what the plan is and what we want to see for, in this instance, it would be the town of Christiansted. Senator, is there anybody else on St. Croix? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 6. So we're going to hear from the sponsor of the legislation, Senator Francis Jr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the discussion thus far on this particular measure. I want to say that, first of all, as Senate President, I have the awesome responsibility of moving legislation on the behalf of the administration just by the seat that I sit in as the Senate President. In this particular measure, certainly this information was sent down to the legislature, and we are going through the process here. My recollection, based on the questions that have been asked thus far, is that this particular infrastructure was initially damaged during the Hurricane Hugo. And prior to that, this particular infrastructure was used, if I remember correctly, patrolling the streets of Christiansted in the 80s, was used for nurses, travel nurses, stayed at this infrastructure back in the days, and they had, they were able to rent these little rooms while working at the hospital, during that time. So this is a small plat. I think that the building that was there was able to occupy like about eight rooms, back in the days. However, I don't know that, I think that we continue to have these circular discussion because every time we have somebody new that assumes these responsibility, there's no out briefing, there's no in briefing in terms of, where we're heading and where we're from. The Madam Chair was correct in respect to the number of charrettes as well as discussion and plan that has gone forth in regards to the housing needs of the territory, and of course, within the towns and other areas. And I believe that we throw the baby with the bathwater every time somebody new comes in, and not take the time to really, meet with them and have that discussion. I've been, trying to meet with Mr. Jones so that I could definitely have some discussion with him in terms of some of our housing needs and our initiatives that we intend to see move forward here in the territory. But today, the bill that's before us, 35-0303, is really, again, to be able to provide for the Housing Finance Authority an opportunity for them to assume this property and then, to conduct, some town hall meetings and determine how we move forward on this. I don't know if you understood the question that the former speaker had asked you, Senator, the Senate Minority Leader, when he asked you about whether or not there's a plan outside of not just this one property, but other properties within the town of Christiansted that you're aware of. Did you understand that question, Mr. Jones? And I said, because you said it's just this property, but I don't think that's correct. There's other properties within the town of Christiansted, to include the Krongata Inn, for example, that also be part of the plan in terms of retrofitting and providing for housing.
That would be correct.
So, if you don't understand the question, then maybe you need to ask for some clarity, because I think you need the concept that there is no real plan there, and it's just this 3-year plan that's imaginary and that's out there. But when in fact there is written plans that have been put forth in terms of how, as a community and how as a territory, we want to see our housing stock move forward. And can you speak to, in terms of the housing plan, are you aware of what is the funding resources available to support your 3-year housing plan?
It will be CDBG, be home dollars. It will be some MIT funding.
30 seconds.
And look at opportunities when it comes to tax credits and bonds.
And what is the priority in those areas? Understanding the needs of this territory in terms of our housing stock, improving our housing stock, and that is really hinges on our ability for even disaster recovery projects. What is the priority in moving some of this housing plan forward?
It's high priority, and it has to be moving fast. Are going to move in the direction that we have inclusive of everyone in the territory to provide housing, especially home ownership, lease to own, as the board chair has stated before.
Thank you. My time has been called. Again, I ask for my colleagues' support on this measure, but my last question to you, Mr. Jones, what is your marching orders as a new kid on the block? What is your marching orders, or what you're working towards in terms of improving these housing stock that continue to be a conversation of the day?
Provide affordable housing as quickly as you can, and provide home ownership to the extent that we can, and to use all the resources and also our partners to get housing in the ground, affordable, so that we can move the needle and address the housing needs for the territory.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Again, there's some pertinent information that Mr. Jones, as the new Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, is not aware of when it comes to the housing needs here in the territory. And it's just not clear, what is it that we're doing? What does that plan look like? He did share with us that the plan should be completed by November, December. What if we make this decision and then the deciding situation is that there is a different need for this property, and the property may not be necessary to provide to give the conveyance to Housing Finance Authority, because we don't even know what the number is. We don't know what our needs are. we talk about needing new housing for our people, but we truly have not stopped and collected the data on what our needs are. How do we make decisions absent of knowing what our needs are? And these are the types of things that come before the legislature, and we make these decisions, very blindly. We don't know, and then these properties sit down for another decade or two, because we don't know what our true needs are. And I think Mr. President asked, and I kind of missed what your response was. He asked about the resources. So as you develop the plan, what do we have specific monetary resources set aside for the development of this particular property? And that's one question. And the second question is, you responded and said that it was low income, but if I'm understanding how the housing entities work in a territory, the low income component isn't that under the responsibility of housing authority? So those two things, the resources and the low income nature of your response around this particular property, wouldn't that be more aligned with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority?
To your first question, this was not in our portfolio. It was provided this information, so now we would have to rework some of our budgets and some of the resources that we have set aside to look and address the potential issues on this piece of property. And yes, we can do a collaborative effort with the Housing Authority to look at either Section 8 or some other tax credits to provide some type of additional housing, something innovative. So yes, that door is open, Board Chair.
And how long have you been the executive director for Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority?
4 months.
So you've been here for 4 months. And what are the discussions that you're having with Virgin Islands? What is it? The other one is Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Yes. What conversations are you having with them?
With the Housing Authority?
Yes, sir.
We're having conversations about some larger multifamily developments, providing needed resources on St. Thomas and St. Croix.
Okay. Doesn't it concern you as a person that has ran this type of business in the past that we don't have a number around what the territory needs per island district of housing stock? Does that concern you?
Yes.
Because I'm saying that we're working towards creating or establishing or developing is the word, additional stock, but we really don't know what we need. So how are we doing that in what is that? The comprehensive is the word, in a comprehensive manner. How do we work? How are we working towards that? Spending money and not knowing what our true needs are. So how do we know when we're going to meet the needs of our people? That concerns me. I just have to say it. It concerns me tremendously. So tell me what your thoughts are, because we've looked at other states, looked at other, like I said, we've looked at Canada, etc., and they could tell you what their numbers are. So again, we're looking at, you said that you're working with housing and other larger multifamily projects. We're looking at that, but how do we know that as we do those, how are we knowing that we are whittling away at what our needs are? We're addressing those needs and, closing the gap.
Well, Board Chair, I'm just going to be brutally honest. I mean, we can still come here and have another assessment, and we have consultants come here and say we need 5,000 units or we need 10,000 units. They can identify that, but they never identify the resources to attach to make that housing to its fruition. We need a combination of not just home ownership. We need multifamily. We need workforce housing. We need a whole collaborative of a different type of housing, but we need resources into the future. We can always say we need 5,000 units, but how are we going to get there? And it takes a collaborative issue with the housing authority and other housing providers and developers to understand what their need is, but also can we build within the resources that we have. Right now, to build a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit is going to cost us close to $900,000. And so, yes, we do have to build something. We got to build something immediately because as we wait, it's going to get higher and higher. It's materials, it's labor, it's the whole thing. And so if you do a study 2 years ago and say you need 5,000 units, then in 2024 and 2025, we're probably going to need 7,500 because the need is so great. And because of the deterioration of the existing housing stock and trying to maintain that, that's a congressional issue that has not been addressed with Congress, especially on this territory. It's a growing need, and we have to do with what we have, but we have to be smart about it.
I think that being smart about it is having the data. And I agree with you that changes are, the goalposts can move, but at least we'll have information and data to determine where we're going. Because right now, we don't know where we're going. And it's like going to college. I don't have the money to go to college. Apply, get accepted, the money gonna come. All right, colleagues.
Information, Chair, point of information.
Mr. Senator Francis Jr., you may proceed with your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Real quickly, Mr. Jones, in this conversation in respect to the housing stock, is there any conversation about senior assisted living quarters? I think that seems to be a great need. Of recent, I've been having a lot of conversation in respect to, trying to provide the resources to support that type of endeavor. Do you have any, is that a priority or any discussion in regards to senior assisted living quarters for elderly population?
That's a part of our plan, senior assisted housing, and also accessible housing. That needs to be a part of the plan also.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Executive Director Jones, you said you had a collaboration, or there's a collaboration with VI Housing Authority. Now, the Housing Finance Authority, the process for this would be what? We turn the property over to you. You invest in the property, repair it, build a facility for low income and rent. That, as far as I know, has never been the mandate of Housing Finance Authority. So would you be then letting VI Housing Authority take over after you build a facility? I'm trying to get the process.
No, I'm not saying that they're going to take over the property. What we're saying is if we build back a property and we need, let's say, a housing choice voucher to substantiate the rents that we have to provide to pay down the debt, that's where we'll look at the housing authority to collaborate with. They have vouchers, they have need, they have opportunities, and so that we can do something collaborative. Or we can also do a ground lease with the housing authority and let them own the property and manage the property to a certain period of time. There are a lot of different mechanisms for financing these types of developments. Developing on the Housing Finance Authority is not truly our mission. Our mission is to provide opportunities for the housing authority and other housing developers to provide affordable, assisted workforce housing in the territory.
Okay, so it's in your purview to sell it, but not rent it to low income, as you stated. It's in your purview to sell it and not.
Well, we do have properties that we have rental properties on St. Croix and also on St. Thomas that was done many, many years ago.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So we're going to wrap up in a few on this. So let me just ask you, Mr. Jones, because I just need clarification, because based on your testimony, I didn't get the impression that this was something that you actually looked at, were aware of, etc. So prior to us making contact with you around this particular measure, how involved was Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority with regards to this particular piece of property?
I can speak off the top of my head, but I know our staff has been discussing this with the governor's office for at least a year about this property that I know of.
Okay, so, it's important that, when we have these discussions, that you do have supporting cast with you so we could get, the information. There's no expectation that the executive director would have every answer to every question. All right, colleagues, we're going to take a recess and decide how we're going to move forward with this measure if nobody else has any other questions. Anybody else? Y'all ready to vote? So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, 2-minute recess, actually. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Oh boy, I think that St. Croix is not with us. I think we're having some technical difficulties.
Motion.
All right. Senator Francis Jr., recognize for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Bill number 35-0303, an act approving the government of the Virgin's conveyance of plat number 25B, Hill Street Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin's, to the Virgin's Housing Finance Authority, be favorably approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Hearing no objections, roll call, please. Oh, sorry. Bill number 35-0303 has been properly moved by Senator Novelli Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Giovanni James Sr., Senator Marvin Blyden, and Senator Carrion. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon H. James Sr.
Yes, yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Madam Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0303, an act approving the Government of the Virgin Islands conveyance of plot number 25B, Hill Street Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, has been properly moved, favorably moved by this committee, and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and action. Thank you, colleagues. Let me just say that I did not make my yes vote lightly on this particular measure. It's very important that once this measure goes to the Rules Committee, that the necessary amendments are made in the whereas clauses, and we ensure that the enactment clause is in fact correct, and that we add some other provisions around this particular measure. It is important that the Housing Finance Authority would be responsible if we are going to move this to the committee of the whole body, that they be responsible for securing this property, as this is a derelict property in the town of Christiansted, and they need to make sure that they cut the grass, the bush, etc. around it and board it up appropriately, so we do not continue to create safety and health hazards for that particular community. So that's my reason for my yes vote today. So we need to make sure that these things happen. That's how I will vote for this down the road as we move this forward in the legislature. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank all my colleagues again for the fact that we have been able to have a discussion in respect to moving this measure forward, and the concurrence and agreement that, in addition to what you have indicated, making sure that the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority be responsible for securing these facility, as well as to properly maintain it so it don't continue to be an eyesore, is that we also are requiring them by amendment to make sure that they have a plan available and to be submitted to the legislature within 180 days of path forward with this particular piece of property asset that they'll be acquiring within their portfolio. So we will be moving this into by amendment in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. I'm happy that you put that on the record because I'm very leery at times with making these approvals, and then when it gets to rules, there's no action. So thank you for making that commitment. I'm going to ask the testifiers to please give us a 30-second close, and we're going to start with our Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Vincent Richards. You may proceed. 30 seconds.
Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow committee members. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it and look forward to being back here again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for spending, half of your morning with us, or almost all of your morning. Mr. Jones, you may give us a 30-second close as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and your colleagues. Appreciate giving this testimony, and hopefully soon you will see some great results of what we're doing at HFA, especially including this property and conducting and finishing up our 3-year plan and doing some town hall meetings to get the public input and to continue providing affordable housing, home ownership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation today, and in all of the discussions that you're having, please don't forget our seniors, and please don't forget the collaboration between yourself, which is Housing Finance Authority, Housing Authority, and as we talk about assisted living homes for our elderly, don't forget the Department of Human Services. So this is a perfect opportunity for us to have some collaboration with these entities as we provide or secure housing and home ownership opportunities for the people of the Virgin Islands, and in this particular instance, for the people of St. Croix. Colleagues, we're going to take a recess. I see that the folks from the Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission are here and ready to defend their 2025 budget. So we're going to take we're going to resume at 11:30. So the committee stands in recess until 11:30. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read block number 2 into the record, please?
Block 2, Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission. Invited testifier, Mr. Molito Smith, Executive Director of Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission family.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Blessings
Is
to
it
everyone.
afternoon yet? I'm sorry. It's actually morning. It's 11:34.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm following your lead. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning again. Okay, so what I'm going to ask is that you put your names and titles on the record, and we're going to start with Executive Director Smith, and then you'll go to my right, your left, put your names and title on the record, and then we'll proceed to the other side. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Molito Smith.
Good morning. Molito A. Smith, Jr., Executive Director, Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission.
Good morning. Sherry Abbott, Federal Programs Coordinator, Law Enforcement Planning.
Anna Cricky, Branch Manager, Law Enforcement Planning Commission.
Good morning. Avril Charles, Fiscal Director. Good morning. Jacqueline Freeman, Grants Manager, Juvenile Justice Specialist, Compliance Monitor, Racial, Ethnic, and Disparities Coordinator.
Okay, that's our job. Give me that title again. Federal Grants.
Grants Manager, Juvenile Justice Specialist, Compliance Monitor, and Racial, Ethnic, and Disparities Coordinator.
All right, thank you. Mr. Smith, do you have anyone on Teams or anyone on St. Croix?
Okay.
Do you?
No one on Teams. This is our presenters here today. These are our presenters here today.
Are you prepared to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, I am.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Greetings, Madam Chairwoman, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, other members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, and members of the listening and viewing public. I am Molito A. Smith, Jr., Director, U.S. Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission, better referred to as LEPC. I appear to speak in support of Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation request for LEPC in the amount of $859,167. Appearing with me today are Ms. Avril Charles, LEPC's Director of Financial Services, Ms. Sherry Abbott, Federal Programs Coordinator, Ms. Anna Maria Cricky, Federal Grants Manager, and Ms. Jacqueline Freeman, Federal Grants Manager. Legal authority. The legal authority of LEPC is derived from Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 15, Section 261, 2019. In summary, pursuant to Virgin Islands law, LEPC is the chief advisory entity to the governor and the state planning agency for the Virgin Islands for key criminal justice initiatives cited below, among others. Developing policies, plans, programs, and budgets for improving coordination, administration, and effectiveness of the criminal justice system in the Virgin Islands. Preparing criminal justice plans on behalf of the governor based on an analysis of Virgin Islands criminal justice needs and problems. Establishing goals, priorities, and standards for the reduction of crime and delinquency and the improvement of the administration of justice in the Virgin Islands. Recommending legislation to the governor and legislature in the criminal justice field. Monitoring and evaluating programs and projects funded in whole or in part by the United States Virgin Islands government aimed at reducing crime and delinquency and improving the administration of justice. Collecting from any government entity information, data, reports, statistics, or such material which is necessary to carry out the Commission's functions. State Administering Agency, or SAA. LEPC is the state administering agency for federal United States Department of Justice grant funds awarded from the Bureau of Justice Assistance, Office for Victims of Crime, Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, and National Criminal History and Improvement to the Government of the Virgin Islands for reallocation to criminal justice agencies, nonprofit entities, and faith-based organizations for the purpose of addressing criminal justice, juvenile delinquency, and victim services in the territory. LEPC presently administers 10 federal grant programs as cited below. It's also cited in Exhibit 6, pages 9 through 10 for detailed status of each grant. Federal programs. Edward Burns Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, or the JAG. Edward Burns Discretionary Community Project Funding. Burns State Crisis Intervention Program. John R. Justice Grant Program. Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Program. Prison Rape Elimination Act. Project Safe Neighborhoods. LEPC serves as the fiscal agent for the VI Project Safe Neighborhood, Residential Substance Abuse Treatment, Violence Against Women, Victims of Crime Act. Comparative fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation request versus fiscal year 2025 approved budget appropriation. Exhibit 1 below illustrates the breakdown of the 2025 fiscal year appropriation request in the amount of $859,167 as follows. Personnel and fringe benefits in the amount of $737,766, which covers the costs associated with 9 budgeted positions. Supplies in the amount of $9,912, which covers the costs associated with office supplies. Other services and charges in the amount of $100,489, which covers the costs associated with rental of office space, telephone services, non-federal inter-island and off-island travel and training, vehicle maintenance, janitorial services, drinking water, and similar. Utilities in the amount of $14,000, which covers the cost of electricity and water. The fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation request reflects a decrease of $43,509.03, or 5% compared to fiscal year 2024 appropriation. The chart below further details that personnel services expenditures for FY 2024 were $353,319.63. Appropriation for fiscal year 2024 for personal services, $527,920.14. Governor's recommended fiscal year 2025 budget amount is $515,905.00. A variance decrease of $12,015.14. Fringe benefits expenditures for fiscal year 2024, $130,472.58. Appropriated for 2024 fiscal year is $241,241.15. Recommended for FY25 is $218,861, or a decreased variance of $22,380.15. Supplies expenditures for this current fiscal year, $13,208.30. Appropriation for this fiscal year was $17,977.14. Recommendation for 2025 is $9,912, or a variation of $8,065.14 decrease. Other charges, expenditures for this current year, fiscal year, $54,560.49. Appropriated for this year was $100,537.60. Governor's recommendation for next fiscal year, $100,489, or a decreased variance of $48.60. Utilities expenditures is $6,727.74. Appropriation for this fiscal year, $15,000. Governor's recommendation for fiscal year 25 is $14,000, or a variance decrease of $1,000. Total general fund expenditure for this fiscal year, and these numbers are as of June 24th, 2024. Total general fund expenditures as of that date, it was $558,288.74. Appropriated for this fiscal year, $902,676.03. Recommendation for fiscal year 2025, $859,167, or a total decrease variance of $43,509.03. Personnel listing. Fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation request for salaries in the amount of $515,905 covers the cost of 9 budgeted positions. 7 positions are unclassified. 2 positions are classified non-union. The total budget salary for unclassified positions is $443,500. The total budget salary cost for classified non-union positions is $72,405. As of July 15th, 2024, 2 positions are vacant. It is anticipated that the vacant positions will be filled during FY 2024. Below is the personnel listing, Exhibit 2. This chart is as of July 15th, 2024. Position title, Director LEPC, filled, salary $115,000. Director Financial Management Services, filled at $75,000. Federal Programs Coordinator, filled at $68,000. Executive Assistant to the Director, filled at $54,000. Grants Manager, filled at $55,000. Grants Manager filled at $51,500. Grants Manager vacant, which is budgeted at 50% at $25,000. The total unclassified number is 7. Total salary is $443,500. Classified positions are as follows: Financial Specialist filled, $48,270. Financial Specialist vacant, $24,135, which reflects a 50% budgeted amount. Total classified non-union, 2, at an amount of $72,405. Total general fund personnel total general fund personnel is 9. The total amount is $515,000. If it, Madam Chair, if it pleases the committee, I could bypass the charts. I think they're self-explanatory, and just read the text if that's okay. Okay, thank you. Leases. Fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation request covers costs in the amount of $68,090.04 associated with the rent of office space in each district. Exhibit 3 below indicates the lessor address, square footage of space under rent, and the annual rental costs. Contracts. The fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation request covers contract costs in the amount of $9,870 associated with janitorial services. Exhibit 4 below shows the vendor, type of service, contract number, annual amount, term, and funding source of this contract. Vehicle. LEPC has 2 vehicles in the fleet, consisting of one 2018 Chevy Traverse and one 2023 Chevy Trailblazer. Exhibit 4 below shows the make, model, year, assignee, and condition of each vehicle. Summary of active federal grants under administration. LEPC is administering active federal grants in the amount of $13,518,924, which have been awarded for fiscal years 2018 to 2023. All funds are on a reimbursable basis. Exhibit 6 below provides information on grant, award year, expiration date, expenditures, encumbrances, revenue, and balances of each federal award and associated expenditure. And that these numbers are as of June 24th, 2024. Current and future initiatives. The information below provides a synopsis of current and future initiatives for LEPC effective January 2024. Enhanced streamlined funding process for territorial applicants. The measures below have been implemented to enhance or streamline the process of seeking funds administered by LEPC. Updated applications to reflect all required items of federal compliance. Revised application submission process. Implemented an independent application review committee for all community-based applicants. Implemented a series of virtual public information sessions for each solicitation. 55 individuals attended the most recent sessions. Increased access to guidance for each grant program under solicitation. Implemented a solicitation cycle of October and March annually. Issued 11 solicitations covering the following grant programs: Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention, or Title II, Project Safe Neighborhood, Justice Assistance Grants, Residential Substance Abuse and Treatment, John R. Justice, Violence Against Women's Act, and Victims of Crime Act. Applications are currently under review. Commenced identifying needed enhancements to LEPC's website. Commenced identifying compliant criminal justice grants management enterprise system. LEPC may be eligible for federal funding for this purpose. Victims notification system. Commenced identifying compliant victims notification system for the territory, which will leverage automation and related technology. LEPC is eligible for federal funding for this purpose. Key stakeholder engagement. Convened introductory working meetings with agency heads of each stakeholder in the Virgin Islands criminal justice system for the purpose of discussing LEPC's role in supporting system-wide collaborations to enhance safe community, implementing a crime data repository, and providing resources. Key stakeholders included the Virgin Islands Judiciary, Police Department, Bureau of Corrections, Peace Officers Standard and Training, Office of Gun Violence, Office of the Public Defender, the Juvenile Justice State Advisory Group Board, Department of Health, Department of Human Services, University of the Virgin Islands Cell and the Eastern Caribbean Center, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Office of the U.S. Attorney for the District of the Virgin Islands. Triannual Virgin Islands Criminal Justice Stakeholders Meeting, July, November, and March. The Triannual Virgin Islands Criminal Justice Stakeholder Meeting is the convening of the heads of all sectors of the territory's criminal justice agencies with a focus on creating safer communities by collaborations that address gaps in the criminal justice system, improve the collection and best use of criminal justice data, and connect resources that support current and future initiatives. The meetings will convene 3 times annually. The first meeting was held on Tuesday, July 9th at Government House on St. Croix. A key takeaway from the first meeting is the establishment of subcommittees on the implementation of the Criminal Justice Data Repository, strategic planning and collaboration, resource is planning for a 3-year cycle. This effort will be supported by the National Criminal Justice Association. Training Institute. There is an ongoing need to provide administrative guidance to entities that may apply for federal grant funding administered through LEPC. For this reason, LEPC will be establishing quarterly training on topics related to administrative requirements for federal grant funding. This initiative is in collaboration with the National Criminal Justice Association and federal partner agencies. It will be free of charge to LEPC and the public. The kickoff timeline is October, November 2024. Fireside chats. A series of monthly fireside chats on varying topics related to safer communities is slated to commence fall 2024. The format includes a diverse panel of criminal justice stakeholders. It will be broadcast on the Government Access Channel. 2025 Virgin Islands Criminal Justice Stakeholder Conference. A Virgin Islands Criminal Justice Stakeholder Conference will be planned for fall 2025. The purpose of this event is to provide intellectual, academic, and operational exchange of research and best practices to support safe communities in the Virgin Islands. Closing remarks. In closing, I support Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s recommendation submitted by the Office of Management and Budget for the fiscal year 2025 appropriation in the amount of $859,167. This amount reflects a 5% decrease from fiscal year 2024 appropriation. Furthermore, as a matter of reference, assurance is provided that the numerical figures provided with this testimony match those of the Office of Management and Budget. Additionally, I commend members of the Virgin Islands law enforcement and criminal justice communities, as well as the community-based stakeholder organizations for their dedication, commitment, and ongoing effort to keep our communities safe despite the challenges. Special thanks to the Office of the Governor, Department of Finance, the Office of Management and Budget, and especially the staff of LEPC for their hard work, diligence, and professionalism in supporting this work. I thank the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for providing this opportunity to appear on behalf of the fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation request for the Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission. This concludes the written testimony, and I await any question that may arise from the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, you're going to go to a 5-minute round. So I'm looking at Act number 8759, which is the fiscal year 2024 budget. And there is some discrepancy, so I'm trying to understand under your supplies category, as well as your other services and charges category, your numbers are significantly higher than what was appropriated. So the appropriation numbers for fiscal year 24 is $890,894. However, your reflection is $902,676. And the two categories that are different are your supplies. What was appropriated in supplies is $8,764, but you're reflecting $17,977. And other services and charges, the budget bill says $97,965, and you're reflecting $100,537.60. So I'm trying to figure out if there is some funding in the miscellaneous section of the budget that we missed.
I will have Ms. Charles, our financial director, speak to that.
Averill Charles, Director of Fiscal.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a moment to look at that?
Sure.
Thank you.
And you need a copy of the budget bill? Or you have this?
I don't.
The 24 budget bill. So let me ask you, where are you pulling your supplies and your information from for your appropriations for 24? Where did you pull that information from?
From the ERP. I got that information from the ERP.
So when your budget is passed, you don't have do you get a copy of this?
I got a copy of it.
Okay, so if you look at it, your numbers are inflated. Okay, so look at it again, and we'll come back to the conversation, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, good. Our colleagues, 5-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your Smith and your supporting team there with you, and thank you for your testimony. You stated that you agree with a budget that was sent on by Government House, but you're short in the 25 budget cycle 5%, which is 43,509. What, if any, would that affect in the operations at the LEPC?
Well, any decrease would have an effect, but we don't believe that the effect will be significant enough to affect our operations.
Why I ask that question? Because you have two vacant positions, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have one grants manager for $25,000 and another position for financial specialist for $24,135. And I am basically looking at the post-audit report, and also your testimony, but basically the post-audit report with all of these $30 million worth of grants.
Mm-hmm.
That's sent to your department, right? And I'm just thinking, in respect to these grants being administered properly and assuring that it reaches the individuals that they were sent here for, those positions, you said, should be filled by when? By the end of this budget, by the end of 24?
At the writing of the testimony, we anticipate both positions being filled, but we're in the process of filling one currently. It's just a matter of them signing the hiring documents.
Which one?
Both positions, the grants manager position. So it's just a matter of them coming on. The financial specialists, we're still under the hiring process for that.
Very well. Let me ask you then, in respect to the post-auditor's report, sub-grantees, let's go to page 7 of 12. The sub-grantees to be awarded. Have the sub-grantee been awarded? And are they utilizing those funds in appropriate manner? Do you know?
Give me 1 second. Let me get that page.
You have some $334,000 to be awarded to the sub-grantees under the JAG program.
There's currently applications under review. We are in the process of finalizing that. The application committee is in the process of getting those back to me this week, actually, and those grants will go out. Everything is on a reimbursement basis, so those funds will be spent.
I understand that, but so thus far we haven't spent. They haven't received those funds as yet. Thus far,
the funds
for this fiscal year.
Some funding has already been spent for this fiscal year. I think some funds have already been spent for this local fiscal year, and those funds include funding to the police department, corrections, and the other. The community-based applications for summer programs are under review currently, and the other amounts their period of performance will commence October 1.
Okay, very well, because my concern again is with these $13 million, it's very critical that we are sure that these funds are spent
1 minute.
In a timely manner, because we have a lot of needs here in the territory.
And you're absolutely correct.
And also for the VOCA grants, the Victim Assistance Formula grants, there's some $914,000. And based on the post-audit report, not much have been spent thus far, if any. So can you speak to that, please, and what is that grant for? And what's the challenge
30
with
seconds.
having those funds
Okay,
go out.
if I may go ahead and respond, I'm going to ask Ms. Sherry Abbott, who is over those specific grants, to
Please.
respond to that. Yes.
Please.
Sherry Abbott, Victims of Crime Assistance Grant and Violence Against Women Grant. Majority of is there a particular year you're referring to?
Now, I was going based on the postal report on page 9 of 12. It's showing a 914,000
Time.
in VOCA grants, and the balance basically, I believe, is the same. Not much. So I wanted to know what's going on in terms of spending those funds and what the challenge, if any.
Just like the director mentioned, we have applications under review. A total number of VOCA, I believe, is 3. The total number of VAWA, about 3, for those awards. So we have applications that are currently under review for the upcoming fiscal year.
How long does the review process take?
The applications were received in June. It takes a couple of months for the applications to be reviewed because we're looking at the application, the programs, as well as the budgets, and making sure that those activities are allowable under either the Victims of Crime Assistance Grant or the Violence Against Women's Grant.
If I may also, and the next step is that they have to be reviewed by the federal programs before we can make awards.
And I believe that's why it's critical that the grant. How long have the grant manager been vacant, that position been vacant?
The grant manager position, I would say about a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why it's important that we
so
try to fill
we're moving quickly to try and get that filled as quickly as we can.
But my time was being called, but I just have some concern with all of these grants, the $13 million worth of grants, whereas we need those funding desperately, and the service is even more desperately needed. So I look forward to seeing you on board and fill those positions and assure that we move forward in terms of aggressively and trying to fulfill the needs of our people. Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So just piggybacking on the previous speaker's discussion around the grants. So you have grants that are scheduled or slated to expire on September 30th, which is, we're in August. August is going to be finished by the end of this week. I see in your note that you indicated you're in the process of being awarded to sub-recipients. So let me ask you, do you receive this funding on time? That's the first question. Do you receive these awards to the Virgin Islands on time?
I will yield to Ms. Abbott. I began in January, so the timing is, I will yield to staff. Ms. Charles, can you?
Traditionally, do you receive the grant awards on time?
Yeah.
Sherry Abbott, yes, we do receive the awards on time.
Good. So if you receive the awards on time, you receive funding in 2020, 2021, 2020, 2019 and 2020. And your expenditures show that you still have, and of course this is up to June, so we're going to need an updated report from you. But your expenditures show that you still have $92,000 to expend of your 2024, of your grants that will be expiring in the next month. So are you on task with your sub-recipients, because I think I heard you talking about awards? Are you on task with your sub-recipients expending these dollars
If I may.
by 9/30, or are we in jeopardy of these funds being sent back? Because I see that you're waiting on a one-year time extension.
Yeah, if I could speak to that, that is a pertinent question. Extensions have been requested for all those grants. There will be no funding going back. And when I came on board, there was a number of prior year funding that hadn't been let. So this year, shortly after I came on, we sent out about 8 or 9 solicitations just to get those monies out. We anticipate that after these amounts get awarded, we'll be back on cycle for distributions in October and March of solicitation years. So there'll be no federal money going back. Extensions have been requested, in some cases approved already.
So you've received $13.5 million in grant awards for the year 2019 to 2023. 13.5, and you've expended of that money 2.7, and you have 1.2 in encumbrances. So that's like, give or take, 3.8 million that you have obligated and expended of the 13 million. So share with us, how do you intend to truly catch up with obligating these funds? I think while there is an expiration date of in some instances of 9/25, and I think in one instance of 9/26, I believe that the federal government expects that we need. They're sending these funds here because they need. I'm certain that many of them are entitlement. Are these any of these competitive grants?
Well, all of the grants except for one are formula grants.
Formula, right?
Yes.
So these are coming here to the territory based on suspected need, but we are not showing to the federal government that we are on rhythm with ensuring that we are providing the necessary services to the community. And of course, that's tied to, your sub-grantees applying, but of course, you first have to send out the notice of application for the required grant. So tell us, how as the new director, how long have you been on board?
I came on board in January.
So you've been here for 8 months, literally.
About 7, 8 months, give or take.
Right. So how do you propose to approach this process differently?
Well, and I begin first by saying that I totally agree that the funding is here to be spent on community-based and law enforcement and other initiatives. Among the things that I've done is to engage our federal partners directly around these various programs and to bring them into discussion around how we will spend and how we will be compliant. We've issued multiple year awards solicitations in May and June. A total amount is 8. And we anticipate that in October, which is when the fiscal year begins, we will issue another multiple year awards so that we will be closer on par with getting the funding out. So we've done some internal reorganizing in terms of processing to ensure that we could get that done, and so far we're beginning to see some of the benefits of that. In the coming weeks, you'll see you'll hear a number of awards to community-based programs as well as to programs that will begin October 1. But to ensure the committee, there's no funding that will be returned. We work closely with our federal partners to get the required extensions.
And we appreciate that, but what's important to us is that if we have funding that's available in 2019, those funds should have already been expended.
And I concur with you. Yeah.
Because what happens is now you're playing catch up, and then now we're bulking all of the funding at once, and then we're not really using it in a meaningful way. That usually is what happens. So you are new in a position, but it's critical and important that we catch up and then we get on a rhythm where you are able to assess and evaluate these programs to determine whether or not they're in fact working. Because as you look at it here, we cannot make a determination as to whether or not these programs are working.
Well, one of our requirements and this is something we are monitored on by federally, is that we submit a compliance and monitoring plan, and we get reviewed on that accordingly. Among the things that I've implemented is also a enhanced monitoring program to ensure that at least on a quarterly basis we review all of the programs that have received funding. And we'll continue to do that, but your point is well taken, and I agree with you.
All right, Senator Blyden, you're recognized
Yeah.
for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Smith,
Yes, sir.
in respect to the federal grants and the sub-grantees, etc. Of course, I assist many non-for-profits, and one of the complaints is that there are too many roadblocks in respect to receiving those funds. So what's going to be done, or what's being done in terms of streamlining processes or making it more simplifying the process, whereas we can really get those funds to the people that need it, because it's about the need. You know what I'm saying? So what plan do you have in terms of assuring that it's not so convoluted and it's more simplified, whereas they can really, really get the funds to the people that need it most?
Thank you for that question. Some of the issues relate to past practice, and part of that past practice had to do with communication, and not having the kind of clarity around the process, sometimes not having the clarity around requirements of eligibility and so forth. So among the things that I have done and will be doing is that we have initiated more public information sessions around applying for the grants, the requirements for the grants, eligibility related to the grants. Now, there are certain aspects that are outside of our control, okay, because we are a state administrating agency for the U.S. Department of Justice, and the U.S. Department of Justice has some specific requirements that must be met, and before any grant through us is let to a subgrantee, U.S. Department of Justice program managers review them prior to us being able to award. So there is some things in that process that are outside of our control, but those within our control, we have refined the process in such a way that we could issue multi-year awards, that we established an independent application review committee that takes that process outside of us. We are looking at software to enhance that whole grant management process. So those are the things that we're doing. And I do agree, and I think it's important that for the public to at least get an official acknowledgement of that concern from LEPC, that there has been areas of foggy communication, and we're working through those, and part of working through that is actually getting all of our stakeholders together. Now, bear in mind that some of the funding, a large portion of the funding, isn't only meant for community-based organizations. Those are actually meant for law enforcement, criminal corrections, and the like. But for the community-based side, I think it's important that we acknowledge that there are things that may not have been in best practice. Communication may not have been the best, and we are moving to improve that and to engage the public, and that's part of the training institutions that we're setting up and other things of that nature.
Thank you.
Thank you for your response. But let me ask you, you said that when you make an award or you make a recommendation for an award, it has to be reviewed by the federal government.
Correct.
So what's the reason for that? Is it because because that seems very odd. Are you under some sort of a compliance? Because if you receive the awards, the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, $632,000. When you award these, you have to send it to the federal government in order for them to say, yes, you can award it to the nonprofit, to the government agency?
Well, I'll have our federal programs.
Yeah, why do we have to do that?
Sherry Abbott. Good afternoon, Senator. Good morning, Senator. It doesn't apply to all awards that we issue. Most of the awards, like for the Voca and VAWA, They don't have to be reviewed by the federal programs manager.
Right,
there
but
are
the
some.
question is, why do we have to do it in the instances that we do?
It's done for compliance reasons, and it's basically most of the governmental entities applying for the JAG program and things of that nature because of their the requests that are submitted or the applications that are submitted.
So the ones for the nonprofit, you don't have to send them to the federal government for approval?
No.
And this has been the practice of LEPC that it's required that they go back to US DOJ for approval?
No, I can't say that it's only a practice. I think that because in coming on board, I've been reviewing and looking at the
Well, I guess I meant condition of
yeah
the award.
yeah and in some cases there are special conditions in the particular award that requires that, and for many of the prior year grants that we solicited to really get that out, those are some of those may be conditions of those grants. Now, there may have been issues in the past in terms of how awarding had been done that may have engendered those type of special conditions, but we are working closely with our federal partners just to get clarity on that aspect of the process.
Yeah, I think as the new director, it's important that you figure out what are these special conditions are based on past practices, things that we have not done, and their concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Because when these funds are received and we have to go through that process with the U.S. Department of Justice, it slows down our ability to provide the funding to the respective award agency that's awarded. Do you agree?
I agree, and to that point, we actually have been meeting with the federal. I have been meeting with the federal program folks to kind of lift those requirements.
Yeah. You sound like you have some special conditions.
Well, there are conditions that are in some of the grants, and we're working to drill down as to if they're historic, and what those legacy reasons are.
All right. Senator Novel Francis Jr., recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon.
Vito Smith and the LEPC family. So what have you gleaned to be the true nuances between the expenditures or the disbursement of the federal funds? I don't think that the articulation of $13.5 million with a little bit over $3 million expended with a balance of $9 million over the last 5 years is a very good look. Have you been able to navigate some of the audit findings of the past and address them moving forward? And what have you gleaned to be the current nuances that are preventing you from being able to timely disperse these funds?
Thank you for that question, and it is significant. Some of the prior year issues had really to do with compliance. Some have to do with enhancing policies, and some just had to do with the internal process of LEPC and getting the funding out. So, as I indicated in my testimony, one of the low-hanging fruit was really revamping our process to get some of that good amount of those back year monies on the street through RFPs. The other aspect is that we have begun the process of enhancing and revising policies to be compliant with the federal requirements. We are working closely with DOJ, various DOJ program management folks around corrective action. And it is really our intention that by December, to get a lot of those audit findings, a lot of those things completely cleared and lifted. So we're working closely to do that as we speak.
So thank you for that. And tell me, within the last 8 months that you have been on, can you speak to expenditures? How much fund have been expended and to which agencies or nonprofit organization?
I will direct, to Ms. Charles.
Can I ask for my time to be held while the information is being gathered? Madam Chair, I can proceed to another question and come back to that if
She has it.
Averill Charles, Director of Fiscal. So far, $2,674,638.36.
okay, and that has been dispersed within the last 8 months.
Within the last 8 months. That's at the life of the grant, of the different grants.
Through the chair, can we provide that information to the, yeah, I'm sorry, through the chair to Senate President Francis. Can we provide that breakdown to the committee since we don't have it readily here?
Yes, because I think the life of the grant is from 2018 to current. So I think it's important for us to understand or get, you know, how much have been expended in the last 8 months.
Well, the 2018.
So if you can provide a timeline of that expenditures, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You have to allow him to finish. Go ahead.
Okay, the 2018 grant has closed and all the expenditure on that is out. Most of the 2019s are closed. We'll provide and those expenditures within the last 8 months. So we'll provide a current breakdown to the committee.
Okay, thank you. And in respect to indirect costs, can you speak to how much of this federal funding out of the 13 million has been attributed towards indirect costs?
LEPC receives no indirect costs.
No indirect, none whatsoever?
No, we receive no indirect costs.
Don't support your paying of your rent or utilities or anything? No indirect cost comes off the $13 million?
No.
Do you receive any additional funding outside of the grants award here in terms of ARPA, OIA, which is the Office of Internal Affairs, external, as well as to CARES Act? Any additional fund that came towards LEPC way?
No, other than general fund and the federal grants, no. And the federal grants are passed through, and
1 minute.
And there is administrative costs that are associated with the grants.
Okay, and in terms of your WAPA and utility payments, are those up to date?
Yes.
And do you pay via the single payers or do you pay directly to WAPA?
No, the landlord lease arrangement that we have, the landlord pays WAPA, and the amount is included, and we reimburse the landlord.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
and I
I
noticed
was incorrect. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Averill Charles, Fiscal Director, is through the single payers.
Through the single payers, and it's all up to date.
Yes.
And in respect to key performance indicators, I would imagine that these are some requirements for your federal grants as well in terms of compliance. There was, based on our post-audit report, there is no key performance indicators mentioned in your submittal. What are you doing in terms of key performance indicators?
The requirement for submitting key performance indicators was dismissed by OMB in around December for us. So what we do internally, what I've been doing internally is putting benchmarking in place to ensure that we meet not only the disbursements requirement, but also other compliance requirements for LEPC.
Okay, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up with this final question in regards to the vendor's payment. I noticed that the amount mentioned here is like $4,000, but what are those areas? What is the nuances in being able to ensure that those vendors are being paid in a timely fashion?
Okay, there are two vendors. One is the Department of Licensing on for space that we utilize on St. Croix. We're just awaiting documentation from licensing, so let that payment. The other is for a vendor that provided services sometime last year, and we are waiting for the vendor to be properly updated on the PMP's system as a vendor number, I believe it is, correct? But we are ready to pay, but we're just waiting that to be resolved.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And in respect to the qualifications of other law enforcement agencies, are you just focusing on the central government, VIPD, Bureau of Corrections? What about all those? We have decentralized a lot of our enforcement agencies. So how does the legislature, the Wang Louis Hospital, UVI, and those other entities that's under post also be able to apply for grants award?
All law enforcement entities or law enforcement branches are eligible for application. And as a matter of fact, we've received applications from other entities of law enforcement other than VIPD.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. We're going to have to take a quick recess for the changing of the reporter. You can respond when we get back, but we have to change the reporter. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Mr. Smith, I saw you signaling me earlier before we close. Based on the last speaker's line of questioning, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, I wanted to, in consultation with staff, I want to clarify an area. It's not in all instances that we would require federal government pre-approval of grants. Only if there is a compelling compliance question with that view. So I want to correct that for the record. And secondarily, I would ask the indulgence of the committee for us to provide the number that Senator Francis requested. If we could submit that, because it'll have to be deducted from the overall expenditures of the year, and I don't believe we're in a position to do that at this moment.
So be specific. You said you'll ask the indulgence of the committee.
Indulgence,
to provide?
To provide the 8-month number that was expended from the time I came on.
On which grant?
I believe he asked for all the expenditures related to federal grants. If we could provide that in writing to the committee.
Okay, so you do not have what you've expended this fiscal year?
Excuse me?
You do not have what you've expended in fiscal year 2020?
Well, we have that number, but I think what was specifically asked is for the last 8 months.
Which is the fiscal year to date? Just about. Yeah.
So because we have different grants, I would need some time to do the calculations.
Okay, no problem. Were you able to clarify the information with regards to the general fund budget for fiscal year 24?
So that information I got from the ERP.
Okay, that's an issue. The budget that the legislature passed, the amounts that you are expending is in excess of the legislature's appropriation. The supplies category is only $8,768, and the other services and charges category is only $97,965. Did you get an appropriation transfer or anything like that in the previous years that would allow you to have excess funding in those categories?
No, Madam Chair.
Yes, so I'm not certain. I'm going to request that you provide us with your ERP screenshot so you can understand exactly what's happening here, but your budget is not decreased by 5%. Your budget is actually decreased by 3.56% in the areas of personnel, which is you have a $12 million reduction. Fringe, 12,000, reduction. Fringe, 22,000. And you have an increase in your supplies of 1,144 because that amount in fiscal year 24 was 8,768, and the recommendation by the budget that was sent to us is 9,912, which makes a difference of 1,144 in the supplies category. And under other services and charges, the appropriation was 97,965. And the recommended budget for FY25 is $100,489, which brings it to $2,524,000 difference under the other services and charges category. And then your utilities, the appropriation in fiscal year 24 is $15,000, and the recommended appropriation in fiscal year 25 is $14,000, which carries a $1,000 difference. So that brings your reduction in your overall budget to $31,000, and you look at it on page 3 of 12 of the post-audit report, $31,727, and a percentage change of 3.56%. So we have to look at that to determine exactly what's happening there, because then you would be spending into funds that was not appropriated to you for this fiscal year. One other question before we go over to the next senator. And now this is tied to the previous speaker. So this previous speaker, we talked about the indirect costs, but you do not receive indirect costs, but you do receive administrative fee funds, correct?
Yeah, they're correct.
So what percentage of the awards are administrative funds?
And I believe the amounts vary, but they could be up to 10%.
What's the variation? Is it percentage? Is it dollars? How does it work?
I think it's based on the actual requirement of the grant, the specs of the grant.
Right. So can someone tell us specifically, is it by percentage? Is it a percentage of the grant, or is it a hard dollar amount?
No, it's a percentage of the grant.
Okay, so
I say it could be up to 10% depending on the particular grant.
and what do you do with those funds?
Excuse me?
How do you utilize those funds?
Sherry Abbott, Federal Programs Manager. For instance, for the VOCA grant, it's statutory, you can only receive 5% for administrative funds. For VAWA, it's up to 10%, and most of the administrative funds is put back into the programs, use of the programs. There's some used for travel and things of that nature, but most of it is put back into the various programs. So we decrease the amount because we have the ability or we can make a decision to decrease the amount. For VOCA, we don't have to necessarily use the 5%. We can reduce it to 3 or whatever we need in the office to cover supplies for that particular program, and travel, because there are travel that is required by the special conditions for that program manager. So it varies depending upon the program. JAG, I'll let Ms. Cricky respond to the percentage for JAG. Would you like to know that?
No, that's fine. What I'm trying to get from you is, how do y'all utilize those funds? And you share with us that you utilize them for travel, and how much administrative funds do you have at your disposal for fiscal year 2024? And what are you anticipating for fiscal year 25? And how are you using those funds? And if you don't have that, we're going to ask that you send it back to the committee, because I'm looking at, I suspect that on your testimony on page 9, where you reference revenues, that's the administrative funds?
Page 9?
Where it says encumbrances and revenues. It's either program income or the administrative funds.
I'll speak to that.
You may proceed.
April Charles, Fiscal Director. The total admin funds that we have is $664,936.92.
And are you utilizing any of those funds for personnel?
No, ma'am.
So the personnel that you have here, all of it is tied
General
to
fund.
general fund. But I see that you have, so you don't have any matching requirements for the personnel?
No.
So you have a, I'm going to go to the next speaker, but I have to come back to this because I think I saw something where you have a grants person. I thought it was a match paying $25,000 or something like that.
Yeah, the 25,000 amount is 50% budgeted for the vacancy.
So all of your positions are locally funded,
Correct.
and you do not use any of your, so your administrative funds are carried over from year to year?
The administrative funds run the life of the particular grant.
Right, so
And-
they're carried over from
Yeah,
year to
they carry
year?
over year to year over the life of the grant, correct.
So do you have the opportunity to use the administrative funds as you spend the federal dollars, or the administrative funds come automatically and you could spend them even if you even if you have not spent a dime of the federal funds?
The administrative funds are part of the overall budget that's submitted to the
I understand that.
part of the spending plan. So yes, it's part of the spending plan.
I understand, but do you have access to those funds prior to you expending any of the federal dollars? What I'm trying to get from you is, what is
that
your
I don't know.
overall
We don't
total?
practice that.
What
No,
is
that-
your overall total budget outside of your federal funds, outside of your local funds? What is your overall total budget? You have $859,000, what are you anticipating that your overall total budget will be for fiscal year 2024 and 25 based on your administrative fees? Because we need to determine whether or not the funding that you are receiving from our federal, from the local funds, if any portion of those funds can be placed on your administrative fees.
Well, it's my understanding that at one point the certain staff were paid through administrative funds, but when grants are on hold or when there's a decrease in those funding, which has happened in certain cases over the years, access to make payroll for them is diminished. And that was the primary reason why they were shifted to general fund. But yes, there is the authority to do that. There is, however, not the practice that we have been particularly using over the past, but that's the reason over the last year or so, within the last 2 years, that they've been shifted.
Again, I'm going to go to Senator Fonseca, but again, our role at this point, we have to figure out any area that we are able to reduce our general fund obligation. And if you're saying that at one point, portions of your personnel was placed on the federal funds and it's no longer there, then it says to me that you have additional resources under your administrative fee that you can move some of your expenditures to your administrative costs. So what we'd like for you to send back to the committee is your specific use of the 100,000. Did you send that is that in the breakout here, in your testimony?
Can you repeat that, ma'am?
The specific use of the 100,000 that's being proposed for FY25. Did you break that out here? Under other services and charges, do you budget any of your utilities against the federal administrative fees?
Madam Chair, can you repeat that question?
Okay, so under the other services category, recommended is 100,489. We need to understand what's the specific use of your 100,489 against the general fund. And then you do receive funding under your administrative fees. So what of your administrative fees are you using for FY24, and what are you using those funds for?
Avril Charles, Fiscal Director. So these funds are used to cover rental of office space, telephone service, travel off-island and inter-island, and training, vehicle maintenance, janitorial services, and miscellaneous items.
Okay, good. So what you're going to do is send back to the committee a breakout of your other services and charges category, your supplies category, and your those two categories in particular for both your general fund and your administrative fees for the respective fiscal year that you're projecting that you will be expending. Got it? All right, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Okay, LEPC, this is 859,157 is the general fund, and 6,753,687,000 is the federal grant total. 7,612,854. I want to go to page 10 of your report. Go to page 10 of your report.
Of my testimonies?
Yeah, specifically the Violence Against Women Stop Grant formula.
Okay.
I got a couple questions. Okay, first of all, your grants are formula based. So if our population decrease, the grants may decrease. Is this a grant that may be decreased?
It's not that it may be decreased. The federal funding associated with that grant in upcoming fiscal years has decreased.
Okay, so it will decrease.
Well, it has decreased.
It has decreased.
Yeah.
Okay.
Significantly.
Okay, so let's go here, because the information I have here, let's go to 2021, right? You have encumbrances of $215,570.31. So I imagine those are your sub-awards that you've put as an encumbrance. That's what that is?
Correct.
Okay, so that's from 2021. How come it's still an encumbrance and it's not listed now as an expenditure? You're saying that these funds have been encumbered for 3 years and they have not been expended? Give me some details on that.
Averill Charles, Fiscal Director. So as the grants gets awarded, we put in a requisition for the sub-award.
Mm-hmm.
And as they provide the documents, because we're on a reimbursement basis, as they provide the documents, the request for funds, we put that against the PO. So that is why it's showing an encumbrance of that amount.
Okay, so then the answer is yes, they've not been expended.
That's correct.
It's not. Okay, so it seems to me like that's quite a long time if it's encumbered from 2021 and we're in 2024 and is not expended. How can you speed that up? It seems like the sub-grantees need that money.
Well, they're multi-year awards, and what happens quite often is that sub-grantees often submit closer to the end of the cycle for their reimbursements. But as their reimbursements requests come in, we go through our process and we process them. I'll have Ms. Abbott would like to speak a little more closely to that process. For that.
Sherry Abbott, Federal Programs Coordinator. Regarding the 2021, we received the award in 2021, but however, the funding, I believe we first awarded them out of the last cycle. So it's different. It represents different cycles. It's not that one subrecipient is waiting 3 years to be paid or submit their request for funds. This represents different grant cycles. So it could be fiscal year 2023, and then this year, fiscal year 2024. So it's not just one grant cycle. It is multiple grant cycles when we award them.
No, but I'm just talking about 2021. I'm not talking about 2023. I'm specifically talking about the 215,570. Okay, but let me ask you,
Also the grants, yes.
Go ahead.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
We issue awards starting October 1. So in fiscal year 2023, we issued awards starting October 1, and the funds that were used were from FY 2021, the VAWA.
Okay, so
we can use multiple.
1 minute.
Okay. How long does it take for you to pay an invoice? When a sub-grantee submits the invoice, how long is the turnaround average to get them a check?
I would say within 15 days.
Wow, 15 days, that's great. Okay, let me go quick here. I want to go to the Juvenile Justice Delinquency
30 seconds.
Prevention Program, right? Because that's an important grant there where you're monitoring the jails, detention facilities, and you want to make sure that juveniles are separated from adults in those institutions, and juveniles are not, in adult jails. How are we doing with that? Are juveniles and adults separated? What grade would you give us on that?
I would say that we have some challenges because of our physical structures, but I'll ask Ms. Jacqueline Freeman, who is the grant manager for that section, to speak more directly to that. Freeman.
Okay, my dear cousin Freeman.
Yes, dear.
Madam Chair, can I just be allowed to wrap up?
Good afternoon, there. Jacqueline Freeman, Compliance Monitor. And so we're doing very good in terms of monitoring those locations. We have gone out to the jail in St. Croix and also here in St. Thomas. We know that our structure, the buildings itself, are very compromised, but the staff at those locations do their utmost best to make sure that our juveniles are not in sight and sound of the adult inmates. There's really no interaction or opportunity for interaction in that stead. So we go out very vigorously and make sure that we monitor those facilities.
Okay, so, Madam, I just one question. So, the report that our chairwoman asked you for, with to determine if there's any of your administrative costs, salaries, et cetera, that can be charged to the federal government. That's a yes, right? There are areas that we can take off the general fund and put it to federal grants.
I would say this: the authority is there within the grant to do that. The operational, practical assessment of that would have to happen. So they were charged before. There may not be sufficient administrative costs in certain grants to cover all salaries, a total salary for an employee. So you would really have to look at how to make that happen in a way that will ensure that they could,
Okay, so that's a yes. So I'll be
there's a yes. It's yes that the authority is there. So short answer is yes.
I'll be very interested in see that, because it seems like we can take some of the pressure off of the general fund with this agency. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. When did we move all of the grants managers and the federal programs coordinator, et cetera, salaries back to the general fund? When did that happen? All of it?
April Charles, Director of Fiscal. So the last one that I'm aware of was FY24. The previous ones, that was before I started working at the agency.
Okay.
So I don't have that information.
And let me tell you why I asked the question, because you shared with us earlier that you have 2 vacant positions, correct?
Correct.
And you intend to fill those vacant positions in fiscal year 24?
One is in the process of being filled. The second will not be. That was the intention, but will not be in 2024.
So your total personnel cost is $684,891. So your total salaries is $515, and your associated fringe is $337. But based on what we're looking at, you don't have enough money budgeted in these recommended budget in these categories. If we are going to have all of this placed on the general fund, the $515 is fine, but your associated fringe benefits, so that comes up to $684,891.64. I'm going to strongly suggest that you look at your budget and send back to this committee something that we can work with as it relates to how, even if you keep the salaries on the general fund, we have to be able to see how you could utilize some of your administrative costs for your operations. Something has to give, because when they bolt everything against the general fund, clearly consideration was not made for those other operational costs to be shared with the federal administrative side of the house. So, you have to look at this a little closer, because like I said earlier, we are, looking at every way to reduce our general fund obligation, as we are not seeing the revenues that were anticipated in last fiscal year, which is this current fiscal year that we're in, and we're not sure what 2024 will bring. So we are not going to be overly aggressive with how we are budgeting for FY24. We have to see these projects come online prior to us doing this again. We've done it for 2 or 3 years, and we have not seen the fruits of our labor. And we had the $30 million from the ARPA monies to backfill. We're not going to have that. I don't know that we have that opportunity to do that. The last time that we gave $30 million, or we moved measures around the $30 million, the folks did not get their retroactive money. So we can't continue to take these types of chances. So we're going to have to ask you to please revisit your FY25 budget recommendation as to how we can, while your numbers are small, every bit counts, because we have nonprofits that we provide support to. So we have to figure out how to maneuver this budget, okay? Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the testifiers here present.
Good afternoon.
And welcome to Director Olito Smith. I think it's your first time before us with LEPC, right?
Correct.
Good. I'm a bit puzzled hearing that you guys don't have the information in regards to the administrative costs from the grants. I know each grant is different, maybe at a different percentage, right? Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think we did provide the sum number. Can you repeat that number?
I guess that was selected through the chair for you guys to provide that detailed information so that we know what amount are we talking about? How much do you really have?
Correct. We did provide the sum number, but we'll prefer to provide a breakdown per grant so that it's transparent and clear.
Okay. And you've only been there for 8 months, correct?
January.
Yeah. Because one of the questions I had was why the transition from the employees, the personnel that was being covered by the federal grants, administrative costs, why that was changed and moved to the general fund.
Well, the information that I have has come to me that I've been able to glean is that in events where the grants were on hold, that you couldn't expend against the grants, it would create a hardship to meet
for the employees.
Yes.
To have security for the employees.
Yeah, that's the information that's come.
And the grants would be on hold for what reasons?
Well, I can't speak for the past, but based on what I've observed, there have been various changes in compliance. Mm-hmm. There may have been corrective actions associated with the grants. Okay. But for whatever those reasons may have been, those were some of the reasons, some why the grants were on hold.
Okay. I think maybe it's a good thing to have personnel attached to the grant so that they can fulfill their duties and their functions and ensure that there is compliance. Because then what it creates is that, regardless if there's compliance or not, they're going to get paid. But if you attach them to the federal funding and they're on hold, it's because someone within the division is not doing their work. And we need people to do their work, which it seems like that was the issue.
Well, I can't speak to before, but that's the information what I represent is the information that come to me.
Very well.
Can I ask my federal programs coordinator to speak more directly to that also?
Good morning. I wanted to, Sherry Abbott, Federal Programs Coordinator, wanted to respond to your question regarding that.
What's your name?
Sherry Abbott.
Abbott. And how long have you been in the division in that position?
I've been in the position of Federal Programs Coordinator as of October 2023.
Okay.
But I was the VOCA VAWA Grant Administrator before that. And as the VOCA VAWA Grant Administrator, with VOCA, you only receive 5% for administrative fund. And based upon the grant amount, we ran into an issue when it came to paying my salary because fringe benefits increased, however, my salary remained the same. And it would split me between the VOCA grant and the VAWA grant. And if with the cap that's statutory for VOCA, the Victims of Crime grant, we ran into an issue with my salary. And just in the nick of time, I was transferred to the general fund. But the grant couldn't support me. It was a 50-50 split because I was the grant manager for VOCA VAWA, and the VOCA grant could not support my salary, the 50% that it was supposed to. So that money's used we were using it for the salary, as well as in the special conditions, there's a general meeting that you have to attend to maintain the grant. So that's what we were using it for, but it came to a point where my salary could not be supported by that.
Okay. What are your actuals for utility?
Can you repeat that?
Your actuals for utility.
Actuals for utilities?
Yeah. Well, that's done through the single pay process, right?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. What is it?
One second, if you don't mind.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, if you could provide through the
30
chair
seconds.
actuals for each of the categories that you have listed within your Exhibit 1, because that would give us an idea where you are currently. As you seek. And then you have a contract also. The only contract you mentioned is for janitorial services. Is that for both districts?
In coming on board, we only operate primarily out of St. Thomas. And
Out of St. Thomas.
Yes, and that's
so
something
the
that
rent
we're
that is
addressing.
being paid on St. Croix, what is that office being used for? Is it staffed?
Well,
Time.
may I? Thank you. LEPC's staff is concentrated on St. Thomas. We have no staff on St. Croix. So what I have implemented is really a rotational basis of staff to have a presence on St. Croix twice a month. The space that we utilize is space that we have been able to operate from in the Department of
LCA.
Licensing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so those matters are things for FY25 that I'll be looking at closely, particularly addressing that lack of presence on St. Croix.
Please do. So at least next budget cycle, we could hear that there are some changes in that area.
Well,
All right. Outstanding payments to vendor, and I'm wrapping up because I know my time has been called. And well, let me skip that one. What I'm very interested in is how you're promoting, advertising, or giving notice of your grants.
well, what has happened more recently is that we've been doing. We have for community-based programs particularly. We have been sending email notices out from a database of nonprofits from both the Community Foundation as well as the St. Croix Foundation. We have that listing. We send public notification out. We send it out via the government access areas. We send it out in social media. And we've been sending it on our website, but our website isn't as really robust as it should be. So we're in the process of enhancing that to get that out. But we've been sending it on the radio as well, and also in the press. So I'm very much strong on ensuring that as much people and everyone as possible have notice of availability of funding.
Then lastly, what do you attribute then the fact that you have some of these grants that you haven't expended, you haven't given them out? What's the issue? And some of them are in jeopardy, the timeline.
I could only, for prior year, since starting in January, I could only speak to what I observed and what has been represented. I think that I think some had to do with process issues internally. Some had to do with compliance issues associated with the grants and the grants.
So within your office or the nonprofits?
I think it's primarily within LEPC in the past, and some may have been outside in terms of really communication and communicating clearly what the requirements are for funding, et cetera. And it also had to do, I believe, with only issuing single-year requests instead of multi-year requests to catch up with the backlog. Some may have been attributed to COVID. As you know, a lot of things slowed. But I think that there was a challenge with process, a challenge with communication. And we have actually moved over the last 8 months to put measures in place to correct that. We've issued 8 RFPs. We're
That was
in the
my
process
next question.
of closing
Okay.
that out. We're in the process of awarding those 8. We've moved to a biannual solicitation cycle, which is October and March. So you could expect in October and in March annually that there will be solicitations going out. We've made that public. We've implemented community public informational sessions around the grant requirement, and we'll be launching a training institute come the beginning of the fiscal year, and a number of other measures just to get us closer to the public.
Great. I'm glad to hear there's some measures you're putting in place to correct the issue. Thank you, Madam Chair, for leniency. Just the actuals, do you have those numbers for me? For at least a utility?
Averill Charles, Fiscal Director. As of June 25th, 2024, the actuals was $6,727.74.
Okay.
for electricity.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you have water?
Pardon?
What water?
No, it's just electricity.
So, as of June?
As of June 25th, 2024.
So, what did you expend in fiscal year 23? Because if you only have 6,724, we are what in the what month of the fiscal
For
year?
2023,
Yeah, you're not going to spend $14,000, right? So we need your actuals for 23.
so the actuals for 23 is $11,379.74.
And you said as of June. So
As
you're
of
around the same. You're hovering around the same number for fiscal year 24.
Let me
Yeah.
get the number. So as of today, the actuals are $8,640.78
And today covers what period?
from October 1st to now.
What's now? What month? August?
To, no, July, sorry.
Right, so July. And what the number was again?
$8,640.78.
And on average, how much do you spend per month?
About $950.
So then you're going to come in, you need to send back to the committee what your projections are for fiscal year 24 for your utilities, and similarly so your projections for 25, because your numbers seem higher than what you need. Okay, your requests. Let me also take this opportunity, and my apologies to Senator James, to recognize the presence of Senator James. Please mark Senator James as present, as he did Senator Javon James as present. So Senator Javon James Sr. as present, and you did ask for a point of information. You may proceed with your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the point of information. I know it was referenced that you do not have staffing on St. Croix. So my question to you, do you have any vacancies? And if there's any vacancies, have anyone from St. Croix applied to these vacancies recently?
Well, to your last question, the answer is no. No one from St. Croix has applied. We have 2 vacancies, one for a grants manager and one for a financial specialist. And yes, I strongly acknowledge that we need a presence on St. Croix, and I am in the process of developing a plan for submission.
Because I know you hire by experience and qualifications, but I'm not here to cause a rift, but we need somebody in the office. And I thank you for at least having a schedule where you rotate, but we need representation in the St. Croix district.
I completely agree, and I strongly agree, actually.
And to those who are listening, please apply. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Yeah, I strongly agree. Thank you.
So you have an office in St. Croix currently?
There's an office in St. Croix within the Department of Licensing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Do you
we
have
have
an
office in
office
St. Croix,
space in St. Croix?
Yes.
And how much do you pay in rent for that space?
It's $500 a month.
$600.
What's your annual amount?
I'll let Ms. Charles speak more directly to that.
What's the annual amount? And how long have we been in that space without employees and paying rent?
Averill Charles, Director of Finance. So the last person resigned in July of last year.
Okay, 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the rent?
Is $600, so it's $7,200.
So we are paying licensing. So how often does the staff travel?
The staff travels at minimum twice a month.
And how are we truly, if we're traveling twice a month, when you submit an application, how is that monitoring being done on St. Croix for those awardees?
The monitoring is being done in several ways. There are desk monitors, there's paper monitors, and we actually physically go to the sites on a schedule to visit the sub-recipients on St. Croix.
Okay. So the employee that you're hiring, I mean, you said that there was no applicants for St. Croix, but was it sent out to all applicants in the territory?
I
guess you don't
can't,
know. Yeah, that's a challenge. You can't. You have grants that we're managing and grants that we're awarding throughout the territory, and we don't have a true presence on the Island District of St. Croix. So I don't know how we're doing the true monitoring.
Yeah, it was advertised through Division of Personnel, and among the first things that I observed is the lack of presence on St. Croix.
Okay, good.
So it's not short in my observations and intention to really address that as a high priority.
Yeah, and as I look at this, not sure how you're going to address it, because the 2 vacant positions that you have are budgeted at half of the salary. So if you fill, which one you say you're filling, the grants manager?
Correct.
So is about 50,000?
Thereabout,
give
yes.
or take?
Yes.
So if you fill then you have an unfunded position in your department. You realize that, right?
Correct.
For fiscal year 26, you would have an unfunded, the financial position will not be able to be filled. Because
unless adjustments are made, correct.
Yeah, but you come and say that you go to the budget.
You said for fiscal year 26 or next year?
25, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so y'all said, yeah, we'll go to the budget. But as I look at this closer, I'm realizing that this position, that's why you can't fill it in fiscal year 25. You can't fill it in 24 because of the percentage available, and 2 positions will be basically merged in order to fill the 1 position. So you don't have the associated funding for the other one because you only have 515, 90521. Send back to us your true budget, please, so we can make a decision.
If I may, the 50% budget for the positions was based on the recommendation of OMB.
No, we understand that, but I'm saying you do not have sufficient funding. If you fill the position today, 25, you don't even have enough to fill the position because you only have 24, so you're like 1,000 and change shot. But we could figure that out, right? But I'm saying that in the new fiscal year, you will not have, this financial specialist will go unfunded based on your testimony that you provided us today. Do you agree, Ms. Fiscal Director, Ms. Charles?
I agree.
Yes, so that's an issue. So you need to send us back what your overall personnel listing is with the full complement of the salaries, and then we'll make a decision as to how we can assist to make this happen, because we are very concerned about the fact that we have these federal dollars, and these federal dollars are not moving out in the community as timely as they should. So, and it's important that you have the necessary financial and grants managers to do this work in order for this work to be successful. So let's get the information. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
DeGraff.
I'm sorry, Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, or viewing, listening in person. We're going to talk personnel first. That's where we're going to start. And just based on that, I was looking at the 2 vacancies in 24 came to 80,972.52, and your 2 vacancies in 25 come to 73,246.98. You won't have enough money in your 25 budget. So that's why we're glad we're working at. Personnel first. How much personnel do you have? You said, so in total you have 6 personnel.
The total bodies now?
Bodies now. 6 and 2 vacancies?
It'll be 7. Total bodies now is 7.
7. Okay, so it is missing somebody, because based on the post auditor's report on page 17, your total law enforcement planning commission FTE number is 8.
If
And with 2 vacancies, that's 6.
well, there are 5 of us here. There's 1 in the well, and one has been on extended medical leave, so that brings us to 7. That's a total
Oh, okay,
of step
okay. So that extended medical leave person, they're not being paid?
Yeah, they're being paid through through donated leave. Yes.
Okay, so they are not about, so that's why you're showing 8 and not 9. Okay, so
Well, I mean,
so if they come back on,
if you
excuse me one second.
include
Yeah, if you don't mind, I do apologize. If they come back on in 25, would you be able to?
If they come back in 25, they're currently being their position is fully funded, and they're being paid through donated leave currently.
It seems like I ain't seen them on the list. Yes.
If
Yeah.
I may, so it's the financial specialist, the vacant position is at half, plus the grants manager position, it's 0.5, so that would make 1. So that's why it's showing 8 and not 9 on the post-audit report.
Right, but okay. So I got that. So it's showing 8, so and not 9. Okay, based on that, but still, that one person that's out on medical leave is covered.
Yes.
That's out of medical
Okay,
leave. Yeah,
gotcha.
covered.
Now, wage increases. Anybody receive wage increases? You received a wage increase, and who else?
If I receive the wage increase,
Right, based on the 24 budget to 25.
I began in January, so I didn't receive any increase beyond my appointment.
Right, but in the 25 budget, you're receiving a wage increase.
Not to my knowledge.
The position,
I'm saying
the position.
not to my knowledge. The
Okay, because
budget or what
the
it is.
position in 24, what was the salary for the position in 24? Again, it is not to
I understand, but I-
attack
I'm-
you.
Yeah, I
but I want
understand
to
that, but-
find out about. You say you have 2 GS employees.
We have 2. We have. When you say, you mean general fund employees?
Two general service, 2 GS that are
Yes.
2 GS.
Yes.
Okay, so
So
out
that
of the,
would be the financial specialist, that position that's filled, and the vacant position.
okay, so anyone else who's going to receive a wage increase?
We received wage increases in FY24.
24. Okay, so and you're taking a reduction in personnel and fringe. Would it cover your wage increases?
1 minute.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You're taking a reduction in personnel and fringe. I think fringe 22,000, personnel 12,000 for 25. You got wage increases in 24, part of the 24 budget. Would it still be able to cover your wage increases in the 25 for your employees?
There's one wage increase to be
30
realized,
seconds.
and once that's realized, it would be associatedly covered with.
So, okay, so just one person receive a wage increase?
No. One additional to be realized for their particular increase.
Oh, one person is waiting to receive.
Well, a decision has to be made.
Okay,
Either intended
before we go to that again.
Yeah.
Out of your 9 people, how many people receive wage increases in 24?
You mean out of the
Out of the
persons on hand? I believe all employees that own.
Yeah.
everybody receive a wage increase.
Everyone received authorization for an increase. Everyone except one
Time.
had. Everyone except one has actually executed their.
Okay.
So
And-
everyone received the
And
authorization
retro
for
would be
increases.
owed to that person also.
Excuse me?
So you would need retro for that person.
Once their decision is made, yes.
Okay, so that's not your 25 budget.
That's not in 25.
Okay, so
budget. No.
we have to look at that. Now, in closing, Madam Chair, Ms. Freeman title is grants manager, is it?
The position title upon her hire is grants manager.
Okay, because she called, I think, about 3 or 4 titles. Based on the federal grants, does she receive a stipend for each of those titles?
That matter is currently under review and discussion internally.
I mean, with all them titles, you own something. But I'm just saying.
I don't want to get into the personal aspect of it, but that matter is under.
No, okay. So again, would you have funding in your 25 budget to address that? She's worth her weight in gold. I got that, but I'm just saying you can't have a discussion about money and you ain't got no money.
I think this discussion is about the determination of what's the best way forward regarding those types of positions.
So would you, would you be allowed to do stipends from your federal grants based on the administrative costs that they incur?
Well, the administrative cost allows us the authority to do so. So I would say yes, but some further discussion analysis has to happen.
Okay, I just want to make sure you have enough, again, personnel first, and then we go from there. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So do you have any of your federal grants are currently in, what do you call it, under compliance review, under, what do you call it, red flagged, et cetera?
There are certain grants that, when I came on in January, in February we had about 6 program reviews. So there are certain grants that we are closing out some compliance issues, and we're anticipating by or before the end of this fiscal year that all those should be satisfied, because we've been working to get those lifted.
I am not understanding what's happening with your numbers, but I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. As I watched the FY 2024 budget and the FY 2025 budget, I saw where we basically had more grant managers. Of course, in the FY 2024 budget, you had 2 fully funded grant manager positions and 2 funded 50%. So this time around, you have 2 fully funded and 1 funded 50%. Hence why we have a decrease in personnel and fringe benefits, right?
I'll ask Ms. Abbott.
2 was funded at 50% in the FY 2024 budget, and only 1 is funded. Where I'm heading at is what transpired that you no longer need the 2 grant managers that were funded at 0.5 or 50%.
So, Averill Charles, Fiscal Director, based on what you're referring to, the 50% was split with that 1 grant manager was split between VOCA and VAWA, so hence the 50%. So it's really 1 person.
Fully understanding. You have to listen to me carefully, right? And if I'm not saying the right thing, just let me know. We're having a conversation here. But in the FY 2025 budget, like I'm saying, you have 1, 2, 3 grant managers, right? But technically, you have 2 fully funded and 1 funded at 0.5 or 50%. And the same thing for FY 2024. So I just want to say is, what transpired with the grants manager? And if that's what you said a while ago, and I'm confusing it, just explain it to me. I'm trying to understand something here, because what I'm realizing here is the grants manager or managers are kind of like the backbone of the whole LEPC. And I just want to make sure if you need more in the future or whatever the case may be, as you handle more of these grants, because I saw a difference in the grants as well from the FY 2024 to the FY 2025 budget. It's approximately $742,138 decrease from FY 2024 to FY 2025. So I'm just trying to find out, do you need an extra grant manager, or do you not need an extra grant manager?
The short answer is yes. I think I'm going to kind of address your question.
The first part. Address the first part.
Address the first part. A grants manager was promoted to Federal Programs Coordinator, thereby creating that vacancy that we are moving to fill. The person on St. Croix who left last year was the Federal Programs Coordinator. So the current Federal Programs Coordinator is doing both grants management and Federal Program Coordinator responsibilities, and we're moving to fill the grants manager position.
Because this is where I'm getting at.
And yes, we do need...
For the grant manager?
Yeah, grant managers and other...
That person is responsible for tracking the grantee results, right?
They're actually responsible for a little more than that. They actually, they do compliance, they submit the applications to the federal government, and so on and so forth.
I'm trying to help you, you know.
Yeah, no.
I'm trying to help you. I ain't fighting you.
Yeah, no.
Just want to make it clear, because if you're handling all of these dollars and whatever the case may be, I'm just trying to make sure that you're fully staffed and you have enough individuals to help you. But if you're satisfied with the budget you have before us, listen, I am on my way out and I'm trying to help you. You have to tell us what you want and defend your budget. And I'm giving you this opportunity now to do it. So go ahead.
The grants managers' positions are positions that are always needed in coming in new and assessing the whole personnel and workforce issues. I'll be having conversations with the governor's office around a staffing plan. And through that, I anticipate we'll be...
And you mentioned something about your website, but who handles your website?
Seconds.
Because when we look at the professional services contracts section, I don't recall seeing an individual who handles your website. Do you have somebody who handles your website, and how much do you pay them?
Well, that's one of the areas too that is under conversation. We do not have.
So where you gonna get the funding from?
For the website? No, our website is on the BIT.
To solve it and maintain it. We're talking about the FY 2025 budget. Where are you going to get the funding to maintain your website?
Well, those are things that we will look at some of our administrative costs to support.
Well, look quickly before we wrap up this budget, because once we wrap up the budget, your goose cook. Figure it out, my boy.
Well done.
And I'm being honest with you.
Time.
We're talking about funding, but Madam Chair, I don't want to abuse the time. It's a very simple budget when it comes to how much is coming out of the general fund. The bulk of the money is federal dollars. I wish you the best, wish you well, and speak up in these budget hearings, please, because we're trying to help you, because juvenile delinquency and crime in the Virgin Islands is out of hand, and if you can put every single dollar to use, even if you have to take it from somebody who have been receiving it for years and give it to somebody brand new, of course, based off our qualifications, let's try something new, because what we have is not working. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. So, like we've asked before, you're going to have to send us a complete budget, both your federal and your local side, so we could have a better perspective on what your needs are. You talked about a victim notification grant.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Victim notification grant.
Yeah, well, that's not actually a grant. It's an initiative we believe that we could implement with the use of our federal administrative dollars. I'll ask Ms.
The reason why I asked the question is because there was a
directly.
time that there was victim notification funds that was available through LEPC. So currently there are no victim notification funds, but you're applying for victim notification funds?
The funds can be used through administrative funds for some of our grants because it meets that qualification. But Ms. Abbott could speak more directly.
But before she speaks, so
Yes.
currently you're not administering any victim notification. You don't administer any, there's no victim notification dollars that's being, or dollars used for the purpose, let me rephrase my question, for the purpose of victim notification.
Not at present.
Right. Are you familiar with Act number 8551? And I asked the question because you spoke earlier about the Department of Justice, Bureau of Corrections, and the law enforcement type agencies having a meeting most recently at Government House. This piece of legislation is a legislation that requires the the Attorney General's office to notify expeditiously victims of crimes against the persons of release that are alleged perpetrators, et cetera, and that the parole board of an inmate released to increase the time. Well, no, that's another section of it, but the notification of victims of crime by the territorial parole board when an inmate is released. So this act is something that y'all need to look at. We passed this legislation in 2022 because of the situation where we live in a very small community, and there are times when you're in the supermarket. People came here and testified, and they see the perpetrator, and they literally freeze. People need to know what's happening. So if we have funding to support this work should be going on. So you have not administered any dollars for the purposes of victim notification since you've been on board.
The answer is no. And the other part of your question is, yes, I'm familiar with the act, and is prompted by that act is why we are moving to get a more automated and compliant process with the Department of Justice.
Okay, so you are not familiar. Well, I guess this is for when Department of Justice.
Yeah, I'm
we'll have
familiar
a
with that.
conversation with them because they have they were to do some enactment to promulgate rules and regulations to fulfill this mandate, and we don't know that we've seen that. So, these are the types of challenges that we have. So you are familiar with the act, but victim notification is very important to our community. Do you have a social media page?
We do not, for all intents, I would say no.
Okay, so
we have something, but it's not where it should be, and those are things we're addressing.
So are you addressing a social media
page? Yes, correct.
page?
The website, social media presence, correct. And just to kind of continue on your previous question about the victims notification, we actually met with some providers to look at specs and so forth. So that's something that's high on the priority list for the upcoming fiscal year for our October and November meeting.
But outside of the specs, we should be able to collaboratively do victim notification work before we have a system, a technology system. We should be able to do that work. This is a small community.
You're correct, and I believe that Department of Justice and Corrections is doing some things, but our role will be really to enhance that through social media and some other aspects to really get word out to the public and to victims.
Victim notification direct to the victim, not the public, the victim. Okay? So let's go back to the salary increases. The salary increases that are listed here in the personnel listing on page 12 of the personnel listing of the post-audit report, are those the up-to-date salaries for your staff?
Correct.
Yeah.
Except for one.
Which one?
The grants manager position that has not, in the process of determining whether the increase will be taken.
Could you speak into the mic? I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. A grants manager position that we are waiting a determination as to whether they will accept the increase.
So is someone on board?
Correct.
So again, if you're saying that, then your numbers are not sufficient for your FY25, right? Remember, you come here and you say your numbers good, But based on this conversation, there's a revelation that your numbers are not good.
You are correct. I didn't budget for the increase for that position.
So
I need to make a change to my budget.
Please submit the updated personnel listing, even if you put an asterisk with the recommendation at the bottom, because we need to be clear on what it is that we're trying to achieve. think I've made my notes. We went to everybody, right? Yeah. Yes, the salary increases. Oh, let's talk about the drawdowns. So you testify that your federal funds are tied to reimbursable funds.
Correct.
So you submit your payment request to the Department of Finance.
Correct.
Payment, and when are the draws made?
Charles?
Can you repeat your question?
When are your drawdowns made once you submit the payments to finance?
As soon as they cut the check for the...
So your
Right.
drawdowns are up to date?
Yes, they are.
All right. And do you have your single audit review is based on, what's the threshold for your single audit?
No, I don't.
The single audit request is pursuant to 200 CFR, which is 750,000.
750?
Yeah,
And do
but
you
there,
have-
there, there are some revisions that will be implemented federally, taking that to 1 million, effective October 1.
Okay, so you don't fall under the single audit category.
Excuse me?
currently? You don't fall under the single audit category as we speak, because I don't recall seeing.
I think we do, because in aggregate, we carry more than 750 in federal funds.
Is it per grant or is it per aggregate?
I think it's per aggregate from the
Respective federal agency?
from the cognizant agency.
I see. Okay. Do you have your single audit report? The last one, your single audit last findings?
Not,
I don't have it.
no,
Not on you here, but do you have a copy of your single audit previous findings from the last audit? That would be what, 2021?
We sent it.
yes, we do.
Okay, can you please forward that back to the committee? Okay? All right, colleague. I don't know if you have any other questions, but we do need to get some follow-up information from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission. While the budget is small, there are some complexities around the work that they do. So we're going to have to get some updated information from you in order to assist us with making an informed decision. And definitely,
Point of information.
definitely we need to go back and look at your 890, because it seems like you are overspending your FY24 budget. Point of information, Senator Novalee Francis Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director Smith, in respect to your page 10 and 11, the active federal grants under administration, what does the category revenues represent?
Those represent the drawdowns.
Okay.
Those represent drawdowns.
Yes, correct.
And you refer to those as revenues, and that goes into what account?
One second, please.
The general fund account.
The general fund.
And then what happens?
Then
Can you
they
just
get-
explain how the
Yeah,
revenues are realized into the general fund, and then what happens?
They're drawn against checks that are issued based on certain expenditures, and then they are drawn to accommodate those expenditure amounts.
I open Pandora's box.
I don't think I understand his question. I don't think I understand his question.
Can you repeat this? I want to make sure we're answering what you're requesting, Senator Francis. Can you repeat the question again, please? And I'll
So
ask
the question,
our-
the original question was in respect to your page 10 and 11, And the revenues, what does that represent? You said it was drawdown, and then I asked, what account will that go to? And then what happens once the money goes into the account, which you referenced that it goes into the general fund. So I wanted to know what happened there once it goes into the general fund. Are these the awards that's given to the respective agencies? Or is this administrative cost?
No, these are expenditures against the awards. Since it's on a reimbursement basis, they submit a request for funds supported by expenditures, receipts, etc. Once those are confirmed against the approved budget, a request goes to OMB to draw a check, and then the drawdowns are done against the request to pay that check.
So the reference of revenues, is that a correct category in your opinion?
It really should say draw.
Yeah, it should say
It really should say draw.
Thank you.
In broad sense is revenue, but it should say draw. It's not external revenue.
Thank you for that, Senator Francis Jr. Because when I asked before, I was told that these revenues were tied to your administrative fees. So this creates a further discussion. We are just about to wrap up, right? So let's just look at the one on page 10. Your expenditures for JJDP, Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Program. The expenditures are $3 million. I remember I asked you, are your draws up to date? And you said yes. $3,617. Right? They are looking at 2019, but there are no revenues. That's mean you haven't drawn those funds. This one says you've expended. There's another one that says you've expended $6,704, but you've only received $1,113. So that's impacting our general fund. We are using general fund dollars to cover these expenditures. That's not that we have not seen the draws. That's why I asked specifically if the drawdowns are up to date.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Averill Charles, Fiscal Director. Correction. The only grants that are not up to date with drawdowns would be the JJDP grants.
Why? Yeah, why? That money is coming from our general fund, and that's contributing to our cash flow challenges that we have in the territory, because these are federal funds that are reimbursable. If the check was issued to the vendor, to the provider, to whomever, then the draw should have been made. So what is the challenge?
There's some confirmation of expenditures that are in the process of being received so that we could reconcile this.
What does that mean?
What that means is that there's some activities that happen underground.
That has to.
Excuse me?
Some activities that has to.
Related to travel and other types of expenses prior to January that have been expended against the grants. And we're in the process of getting that resolved so that we can draw against these before the grants close.
So this is why it's so important to just, when a question is asked, just tell us the truth. Just tell us. Because while I might miss it, or somebody else might miss it, the senator caught it. I mean, he wasn't clear on what it was, because when I asked you, somebody said, I was told that it was administrative funds, and now we're now understanding it is funds that should be drawn. We have another one. You're saying that it's only juvenile justice delinquency, violence against women staff grant, expenditures, $107,517, revenue $666,669.
So that report is as of 6/24/24.
Okay, can we please get an updated report? Because if why would we bring? This is not the post-audit report. This report is coming from you today, so it's important that the report be updated so we could have the correct information. Because what it's showing us that funds are being expended by your program, and the reimbursement is not taking place in a timely fashion. Hence the reason why we're seeing that we have cash flow challenges in the territory because these grants are not being reimbursed timely. So please send that back to the committee. So Senator Francis, thank you for that. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, Ms. Abbott mentioned about the administrative fees that you receive, where some up to 10% were ended up being put back into the grant to be used, if I understood that right. Is that some of the money we're talking about?
Some of the, Sherry Abbott, Federal Programs Coordinator, some of the funds, we reduced the allocation. Instead of using 10%, we reduced it to maybe 4 or 5%, and that money was used for various programs.
Right, so is that along the same vein of what we are speaking of? Is that how it's done? Possibly will cause a possible issue. Because you have up to 10% administrative fees that you can utilize, you are using now up to 4%. So that's 6%. What happens to that 6%?
That 6% is put basically back in the pool and divided between the various programs, meaning nonprofit organizations that apply for funding. We want to make sure that money goes to, like for victims of crime assistance as well as VAWA, that they go to those nonprofit organizations or governmental agencies that provide direct services.
But it is considered revenue, and it is considered a part of administrative fees.
Considered revenue?
Well,
that's what we have, that issue.
It would be, it would be considered part of the sub-grant award itself, and not part, in other words, if we had, for argument's sake, $100,000 total for direct service plus 10%, which would be 10,000, in the example that Ms. Abbott gave, we would reduce the 10,000 to 4,000 for administrative and put the other 6 into direct services to give sub-grants.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So that other 6, in closing, Madam Chair, that 6 is still your money. That 6 is a part of the administrative fee. That 6 doesn't become a part of the grant.
The 6 becomes a part of the grant.
The total number.
Yeah,
but it becomes a part of your administrative
the monies
fee.
to give out to sub-grants.
Right. So you use it how you choose.
We use it based on the plan that we submit as part of the spending plan for the grant. And in those instances, if the grant funding cycle is low compared to the demand for funds and services in the community, we'll make those kind of determinations.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So to that question, how much administrative fees are you utilizing in fiscal year 24? You have to know that. We asked it before and you said you didn't know, but you have to know.
One second.
That's what we have available. That's what we have available for 2024.
The amount available for 2024 is $664,936.92.
That's the amount that you have in the system?
Yes.
Correct.
600?
$664,936.92.
And what categories do you have? What are you using those funds for? We tried to get it out to you earlier, but it was hard to get it, so we asked to send it back. But
yeah, they're cut against different grants. So some are for travel, some are for mandatory training, some are to to support some supplies, etc. But I'll provide you a list broken down by grant so that you can see them.
yeah, so when you provide your testimony, it's important that you included your administrative dollars because we're looking at your total budget for FY24. I mean FY25. So you have to be anticipating, based on what you have this year, what you're going to see next year. So we need to have all your full information. Please.
We'll provide that to the chair.
Yeah. All right, colleagues, anything else? We're going to allow you a 30-second close.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to present and defend the budget as submitted. We understand that there is some follow-up information that is required, and we will put those together and send them to you. I just want to say again to the committee, we appreciate and thank you for your legacy of support, and again, thank you to everyone. Thank you to my staff who are here, and to the general and listening public and all of our stakeholders. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, and thank you for spending a part of your day with us, and we look forward to getting the information. You are not one of those so fortunate ones, because we are about to begin our budget markup in the next few days, so you're going to have to provide that information post-haste. Okay?
Yeah, we'll get that to you. We'll try and get that turned around within the next few days.
But you'll get a letter from us,
okay.
You can be clear as to what we're asking for.
Thank you.
All right, the committee on budget appropriation wants to thank all of the central staff who supported the work that we did today, and of course my staff for all that we've done behind the scenes in the post-audit division. And the Committee of Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of today is hereby adjourned.